alongside Gap, TJX, Walmart, that is reporting really strong earnings. Again, this is a discount store, so make of that what you will. They raised their guidance. Shares are up 3.5%, with the CEO saying that they have strong momentum heading into the holidays, John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. Thanks for the update. Check out Danny alongside Matt Miller in about 30 minutes' time to guide you towards the up and about. Turning to the Federal Reserve, traders quickly reassessing bets for December interest rate cut.
The downside risks to employment have increased as the labor market has cooled, while the upside risks to inflation have lessened somewhat. Therefore, I still see room for a further adjustment in the near term to the target range for the federal funds rate to move the stance of policy closer to the range of neutral.
So here's the latest this morning. The New York Fed President John Williams pushing back against hawkish commentary from the FOMC and Wall Street, now pricing in better than 50% odds the Fed will cut rates in December. Fed Governor Stephen Myron was alone to send for a 50 basis point rate cut at last month's FOMC meeting, and Governor Myron joins us now for more. Governor Myron, good morning. Good to see you once again. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me back.
We've got to start with the labour market. Your reflections on what we saw yesterday, does it lean one way or the other?
Yeah, I mean, I think the implications of yesterday were obviously dovish, and if anyone was on the fence, I would hope that this would move them in the direction of cutting. I mean, you saw the unemployment rate edged up a bit. You saw some other indicators like an increase in permanent layoffs. Those are indications that the labor market has been affected by restrictive Fed policy. And given the outlook for inflation, there's not really much of a need to be as restrictive as we are.
And yet on the committee, we have pushback. Almost immediately after that, Fed Governor Michael Barr had this to say: I'm concerned that we're seeing inflation still around 3%. Inflation's closer to 3 than it is to 2. What do you make of that argument? How persuasive is it?
It's not persuasive to me, and I'll tell you why. Almost all of the inflation excess is a mirage. It's not indicative of supply-demand imbalances. And so, for example, if you look at the housing market, right, market rents have been running at about 1% for a couple of years. Measured inflation in the index is actually much higher than that because it takes a really long time for the index to converge down to where market rents are. That's a statistical artifact, right? That's an artifact of the statistical measurement process. It's indicative of a supply-demand imbalance that was there in 2022, 2023. Monetary policy works with lags. It has to be set now for 2027. So when you look at the housing data, right, you see market rents running about 1% for a couple of years. There's no supply-demand imbalance there. We should not be setting policy for 2027 based on the supply-demand imbalance that existed in 2022 or 2023. That doesn't make any sense. There's other things too, like portfolio management services, which confuse quantities for prices. This stuff is all well known. If you look at market-based measures of inflation, they're much closer to 2 than they are to 3. So I think that the excess, the overage, is a mirage, and it's a mistake to ask people to lose their jobs because it works with the statistical measurement process.
And you've got to put out new forecasts on December 10th as well, which is going to be complicated by the fact that we've had limited data more recently. How relevant do you think the calendar actually is? Because I'll fill you the perspective on Wall Street at the moment. It goes something like this. The meeting's on the 10th. You don't get the data until the 16th. The Fed's kind of constrained by that. They can't do anything. What's your perspective on that?
Yeah, so as I said a moment ago, monetary policy works with lags. It'll be much easier if it hit the economy immediately, but it doesn't. It works with lags. So you have to set policy based on the forecast. So the data matter insofar as they affect your forecast. It doesn't make sense to be setting policy for where the economy was 3 or 6 months ago. We should be setting policy based for where the economy is going to be 12 to 18 months from now. And so if we have data, it gives us the ability to update our forecast. But the lack of data doesn't mean that we don't have a forecast. We did have a forecast. All it gives us is opportunities to falsify our forecast. And there hasn't been anything in the data, in the news, in media stories, in private sector data, alternative data that's available to us, that would make us think that the forecast is somehow nullified and there's been a big shock to it. So if anything, all the information that we've gotten in the interim since September FOMC has inclined to the dovish side. We got weaker inflation than people expected, and we got a higher unemployment rate than folks were expecting. So all of that information should push one in the dovish direction.
But there are still Fed officials that are looking for more data. And they have said they're data dependent. They want that insurance that they're cutting right now and it's the right time. Potentially the unemployment rate might be moving up to 4.5% on December 16th. Would you be in favor of just moving the meeting if it meant others felt more reassured to cut interest rates in December?
So, I haven't really thought about that, and it's not a conversation that I've been part of. I agree the meeting dates seem kind of arbitrary, but at the same time, there's a lot of stuff that gets done as a result of those meeting dates, and people have investments and contracts and other decisions that are tied to the timing of the meeting date. And I don't know to what extent moving those dates would be disruptive for all that. So it's something that I'm not sure about. But this ultimately comes down to the question of data dependence is what you do when you don't have a forecast or when you don't have any confidence in your forecast, right? We should be forecast dependent, not data dependent. Being excessively data dependent is to be too backward looking. And if you're too backward looking, you necessarily are going to have the wrong policies.
Neil Goddard writes in and says the only question that matters for you is, will you dissent for 50 if you believe it means not being able to push through a 25 basis point cut?
Yeah, so absolutely not. I would absolutely vote for a 25 basis point cut if my vote were the marginal vote. There's no question about that. To do otherwise would be to cause real harm to the economy for purposes of vanity, and that's not who I am.
Going into next year, talking about the forecast of what's going to happen, a lot of economists who come on the show expect a reacceleration on the backs of the tax refunds and some of the other stimulative measures that could come early next year. How do you factor that into your forecast for ongoing weakness in the labor market and the consumer?
Yeah, so I think that, I have not been what I would think of as excessively pessimistic on the economy. I do think policy is restrictive, and I do think that it's too restrictive, and we don't need to be. And the longer we remain restrictive, the greater the chances that we are the source of an economic downturn, which we should not seek to be. I think that many of the factors that will be kicking in over the next 12 months that may be supportive of GDP growth are things that necessarily don't have hawkish implications for monetary policy because they affect the supply side. And when you think about things like relaxing regulations, and I think that has been going on at actually an impressive pace, these are things that push up the...
Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell. We are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, and my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, simulcasting on X Spaces for the call-in. If you have a question, you can call in or just type it in the chat. I greatly appreciate it. This is an interactive show. All these videos are for free. Please help support the work by being a paid member to my Patreon channel or my Substack channel. You can also donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. Please help support the work that I do. I also have many different products on my website. You can buy ebooks, supplements, and course material on immunology and pulmonology. You learn a lot about how the lungs work and also how your immune system works. It's a great source of information. If you stack these supplements the way I tell you to, you will slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order, and get the cleanse, which is a 30 parts per million, or max 35, which is 35 parts per million. This is a supplement that you take a teaspoon a day every day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds, then swallow it. This will boost up your immune system, help with the health of your epithelial lining and your oral pharynx, help the oral cavity health and the oral pharynx health, boost up that immune system. Super important. In addition, I also have very high quality drops. If you have throat irritation, especially during the winter season or the allergy season, take them right away to mitigate the problem. It's made from structural nanosilver, very high quality. There's 100 drops in each bag. You can get it in blueberry, cherry flavor, or in honey and lemon. Get a few bags for your household. Be prepared for the winter season and the allergy season. And also start considering purchasing some supplements for the holiday season. They're great stocking stuffers. Please go to my store. Use discount 5, all caps. Discount, and then the number 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's continue on with Bloomberg.
Forgive me for coming out with the hawkish hits, but we got another one in the last 24 hours too, and it came from Beth Hammock. Lowering interest rates to support the labour market was prolonging this period of elevated inflation, and it could also encourage risk-taking in financial markets. Can we finish on that last point? Risk-taking in financial markets. How excessive is it, and should it be on the radar of the FOMC?
Sure. So first of all, as I said before, the excess of inflation is a quirk of the statistical process, and it is a mistake to ask people to lose their jobs as a result of a quirk of the statistical process. On financial markets, look, I think that lots of things affect financial markets. Tax policy does, regulation does, technology like artificial intelligence does. It's a mistake to conflate the status of financial markets with the status of monetary policy, right? Even when you look at something as a financial market as deeply connected to monetary policy like interest rates, we've lived through periods of conundrums, right, where passing through of the Fed funds rate into longer term interest rates was confusing to people. So it's just a mistake to do a one-for-one mapping of these things. And I think that when you look at financial conditions, the financial condition that matters most for the real economy has been and remains housing, right? And this is an area where financial conditions are not loose. This is an area where financial conditions are still quite tight. Going out, getting a mortgage, this is not something that's not a financial condition that I would consider to be excessively easy. And so I think it's a mistake. And I think it's also a mistake, as I said before, to ask people to experience job losses because you think the stock market is too high. I don't know what the right level for the stock market is. And I think that it's a very challenging question to be able to answer credibly, and to say that we need to create job losses in order to sort of restore the stock market to some level that we think is more reflective of fair value is just not a policy view that I hold.
A lot of people have come on the show and said that right now the Fed is stuck between a conundrum of the K-shaped economy, where you have people at the upper end who are doing just fine and are supporting consumption, and people on the lower end who are experiencing a lack of wage gains and are experiencing those job losses more significantly. How concerned are you about sort of your dual roles of trying to help prop up and prevent some of those job losses from really escalating, while at the same time potentially cutting rates would exacerbate that K-shape, meaning only exacerbate what you're seeing with respect to the wealth divide?
So Congress didn't task us with addressing all social problems in the world, inequality one of them. They tasked us with tackling aggregate maximum employment and stable prices. And so therefore the right policy to take is to stabilize employment and prices. And that's the policy that I support. I do think, though, while discussing the subject of inequality, it would be much worse for the people at the lower end of the income distribution if the unemployment rate continued to go up as a result of our policies. That's not something that they would welcome, and it's not something that I would welcome either.
Governor, I was with the president this week in the Oval Office, and I asked him about the Fed interviews. He says lots of names. We may go the standard way, quote, it's nice every once in a while to go politically correct. Out of the names that we know that are being interviewed, who is politically correct?
I don't really know the answer to that question.
You worked for the president, so you understand how his mind works. Do you think it means someone that is currently on the board, like a Governor Waller, or someone that's very close to him and your former colleague, Kevin Hassett?
Yeah, so it should be pretty clear that I just always say what's on my mind, and therefore I don't even know what politically correct is. So I don't even know how to begin addressing that. But look, I don't make personal decisions.
You're politically correct right now, actually.
Am I? I've never been accused of that before. So hey, I'm happy to have it first.
Governor, very diplomatic. It's good to see you. Thanks for dropping by.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The Fed Governor Stephen Myron with an update on stories worldwide. Let's get you an update with your Bloomberg brief. Here's Vonnie Quinn with more. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John. Thank you. GAP shares rising in the pre-market. The retailer reporting stronger than expected third quarter sales, a sign that its celebrity-fueled marketing and revamped inventory are helping to lure in customers. Stay tuned to Bloomberg at 9:45 a.m. Eastern for Lisa's interview with GAP CEO Richard.
All right, the S&P 500 futures is trading at 6,594. VIX is at 25. Anything above, 20 is a little bit of a problem. So they're stressing the market. The Japanese yen is trading at 156. So internationally, it's not too bad. And oil is trading below 60. It's trading at 58.28 per barrel. Bitcoin is trading at 84,260. There was a big crash that took place. My take on Bitcoin is that it's a manipulated market. There is a lot of stress on MicroStrategies, or I think they changed their name to just strategies. But that company, if they are forced to sell, will put a lot of supply into the market and Bitcoin will drop. I think there are a lot of shorts on MicroStrategies. So with that in mind, you have to be very careful. Now, if you take a look at fib sequences, I think there's a support level at 83 or 82 for Bitcoin. That's about the 38. That's about that support level is relatively strong. The next support level is about 62 or 61. So if 82 or 83 breaks and the day close is below that, then there's a high probability of it going to 70 or to 61 or 62. So I'd be a little bit timid in terms of going into Bitcoin. I think it's a manipulated market, and it's something that you have to be very, very careful on. All right. I've been in it and I'm out of it. I've closed all my positions that are exposed to Bitcoin. All right. So it's up to you what you want to do, but I think that there's a lot of risk that needs to shake out before people really understand the real price moves. Because if MicroStrategy does need to liquidate forcefully, Bitcoin's going to go down by a lot. I would not be surprised that it goes below 70. All right, so support level at 60, a support level at 61 or 62,000. Another support level at 80, around 83, 82,000. All right, and right now it's trading at 84,000. So pay attention to that. Now, in terms of the S&P 500, and that's been trading at the 6,500 range. There's a support level now at 6,450. Resistance level at 6,650. I personally think that by year end, because this VIX index will go up, in the high 20s and then come back down. There may be one more blip up before it comes back down. So it may get to like 27, 28, 30, and then come back down and go low 20s, 19, 18, something like that. Or it may start to steadily go down and go below the 20. But this spike is almost done for VIX. Now, if that's the case, and this is in November, this is November 21st, that means it gives you enough time in December for it to creep back up, the S&P 500 to creep back up. So my year-end target for right now is 6,850. I'm taking off the table the 7,000 year-end target. I think it's going to be 6,850 for year-end. But I'm very concerned about an AI bubble. I'm very concerned about a crypto market crash. And everything is predicated on if the Federal Reserve will lower rates or not. If the Federal Reserve doesn't lower rates, the S&P 500 is going to be trading at 6,450 to about 6,550. If they do lower rates, we're looking at closer to the 6,850 mark. So pay attention to what's going on. It's really important. The Fed's not going to do anything until December 16th, is my understanding. So it's something that you have to just be patient on and be vigilant. But Bitcoin is a manipulated market. People that are buying these coins, the underlying, they're whales, and they're finicky, and it's not as liquid of a market as you would think. So it's something that you want to stay away from. In addition, private equity, private debt, these types of products are starting to seep into the regular investor sphere. Stay away from them. These are financial instruments that are opaque, that will lead to systemic risk. Stay away from them. All right. With that, let's listen into Fox Business.
The reason we exist is because you cannot stay ahead of all firms. So what we do is we block by default. If it's not on the list, it cannot run in your environment. And that is our core focus. Zero trust principles. The core of ThreatLocker is zero trust. 24-hour, 365-day-a-year support. We've got some of the most advanced threat intelligence team. And this isn't an outsourced offshore response. It's our staff in our offices helping our clients directly who really understand the product.
Well, my next guest is one of the straightest shooters on Wall Street with a track record of looking around corners and making really big calls before they happen. And right now, he's not liking what he's saying. In fact, this week he shook the market up when he remarked that almost all financial assets are now overvalued. So let's bring in Double Line Capital founder, CEO, and CIO, Jeffrey Dunlop. Jeffrey, great seeing you. You've been pretty adamant. I want to start with private credit, because you've been so adamant about this. You know, last week you pointed out there's never just one cockroach, but even before then you posted about pay in kind or PIK, and you know that's sort of represented in that Blue Owl stock, which is crumbling. Explain to the audience what exactly is going on here.
Well, we had a little bit of volatility earlier this year with the tariff tantrum, and then everything came back to calming down. And throughout the summer into the fall, we kept at the tightest credit spreads we've had in a long, long time in the bond market. And there was a lot of easy financing, and there was kind of a one rate sort of offerings from some of the CapEx and the data center stuff and all this. But in recent weeks, and maybe it has something to do with the government shutdown and the data not being around, so now people have to look at more anecdotal data, like layoffs of 30,000 at company A and 15,000 at company B, and the ADP data, which is not terribly reliable, but has been weakening. The household survey is usually more accurate than the establishment survey at turning points, and that's definitely been weaker. So all of these things have started to lead to observable changes where the market seems to be bifurcating. So you have triple C high yield spreads have widened out, not insignificantly. High yield spreads broadly have widened out. Corporate, even investment grade corporate spreads are starting to widen out a little bit. And then the private credit thing is starting to be less of a theoretical shakeout where some will be survivors and some may experience troubles. And now starting to see sort of the canaries in the coal mine kind of falling to the bottom of the cage. And we saw one deal where it was called Renovo, where a firm, reputable firm, frankly, had bonds marked at 100 cents on the dollar. And then a month later, they revised the mark to zero. That's a pretty big change 100 years ago. And in Chapter 7 bankruptcy filing, they stated their liabilities at about $150 million, and they showed their assets to be less than $50,000. Now, I know private credit is less transparent and unregulated largely and all this, but you think that they would all be monitoring their credit positions. It just seems weird to me that you wake up one day and you realize that the debt to equity ratio is 150 million to less than $50,000.
Right.
And that's really an interesting thing. And then a week later, out comes an article that some major private credit firms own the same position, and the marks had a pretty wide variation on them. The high was at 91, and the low was at 77. Now, 91 to 77 isn't 100 to 0, but that's a pretty big variance. And then anecdotally, I met with one of our large insurance company clients who has very many positions in private credit, and they have 8 managers that own exactly the same position. And the highest mark during the marking period earlier this year, this wasn't terribly recently, but was here in 2025, the highest mark was at 95 among these 8 managers, and the lowest mark was at 80. So this is starting to show up to be the problem that I've been referencing, is that private credit and private equity, frankly, is being borrowed from private equity. It's sold on a volatility argument primarily. Maybe there's some excess return for the liquidity that you can get, but it's largely a volatility argument. But if the marks are estimates as opposed to true marks, the volatility could end up being realized volatility in the future could be much more than the observable volatility in the past. And then you have the news today that a firm has a publicly traded private credit fund and a non-public traded private credit fund, and they wanted to merge the two because the assets, the stock price of the publicly traded one was meaningfully below the stated asset value. Well, I think market participants are pretty smart. I don't think that they're going to be, selling below the value of the assets. And so I'm suspicious if the assets are really higher value than the stock. Right. And the other twist was they had this private fund, and they wanted to merge the two. And when they announced the merger, they said that the private investors would not be allowed to redeem until the merger had taken place. Which, this is kind of the thing about unregulated markets. Well, just like the CDO market was previously to the global financial crisis, it's like the Wild West. And it starts out with a sheriff in town and things are going pretty well. But then as the frontier town grows, more people come in trying to exploit opportunity. And you get to have, maybe it started out with the good sheriff and good actors, but it starts to become highly appealing when you have massive asset inflows at high fees, by the way. And it's enticing for people who want to maybe color outside the lines a little bit. And you start to get the potential for problems. And that's what I've been talking about for a while. But in more recent weeks, with spreads widening out, in particular, perhaps being a catalyst, and bifurcation in the yields and CDS of data centers or people like that that are sponsored by major entities and ones that are sponsored by entities that are less convincingly robust, you're starting to see spreads going from very tight one to the other to something like 200, 300 basis points. And it's happened fairly quickly. So I think that this is showing signs of stress. And you're in a market where pricing is estimated and not known. So it hasn't really been tested yet. And like most credit markets when they start out, they get tested, and it turns out that some of the ideas that were used to do new strategies and promote growth end up not being terribly sound. And so that happens, that leads people to be fearful. Right. And when people are fearful, they don't like being in illiquid assets. And in the global financial crisis, people couldn't fund their private lockup fund commitments when they started to draw them down. So you say you're going to invest in a fund, and the sponsor rightly and responsibly says, we're waiting for it to get cheap. We're waiting for it to get cheap. And when it does, we're going to draw your capital. But when it gets cheap, nobody has any capital because they're already locked up, and everybody thinks it's cheap now because it probably is. And you start getting capital calls, and these entities can't fund them. And so we have, I think, a mismatch here in terms of...
This is really important what he's saying, because there is this value at risk when you're investing a portfolio and there's some market turbulence. But then there's liquidity at risk. LVAR, which is a newer concept that started to become investigated during the Lehman crisis. But when markets start to sell off, prices are suppressed, and it creates additional risk, liquidity risk. And that's what he's talking about here.
Large asset pools and needs, particularly during times of some stress, right, and their liquidity. Yeah. And so this I think could be a problem. So go ahead, Charles.
No, I mean, as you were describing this, and you eventually mentioned collateralized debt obligations, and there were a lot of terms that we learned the hard way during the housing crisis, and of course there was a contagion, there was mark to make believe, anyone was making up their marks, and to your point, this becomes a groundswell of anxiety, and certainly Blue Owl, which is the company you were referring to, we had that chart up. Stock is just completely falling apart. So I want to pick up on this, but also when we come back, I want to shift to the debt conversation, because it's been a concern of Wall Street for a long time. But I want to point out to the audience, January 1st, 1835, President Andrew Jackson paid off the national debt, but that was the last time the U.S. was at zero. Jeff Gunlock, you've been worried about this for a long time. When we come back, let's talk about that, the potential AI bubble, and where there might be some opportunities. We'll be right back.
At Amazon, skills training.
It's really important to pay attention to that liquidity at risk, because sell-offs have a tendency to sell off further, and that's part of the reason why it's not just people bailing out of a particular asset, but people may be leveraged and they're forced to liquidate, or people don't have cash, or cash is king, and there's no buyers, and there's further price fall. And that's part of the reason why the VIX starts to spike. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver soaps. I have 4 different types. You can get it in lemongrass, charcoal tea tree, peppermint, and also lavender. Very high quality soaps. Use them every day to help with your skin. In addition, they're made from structural nano silver. They're great gifts, and they're perfect for the winter season. So please go to my store, get a few bars for your household, help support the work that I do, and help support your health and wellness. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, with that, let's listen into Bloomberg.
Tech co-host Caroline Hyde. There's maybe 2 parts to this. One is just how weak the positioning is and how weak the hands are. The other is maybe it doesn't matter about CapEx projections and letters of intent, that what matters is the ability to finance some of that organically or through the debt markets, Caroline. Is that the narrative that reared its head midday yesterday?
Yeah, it felt as though there was a desire to just get more bearish. And the way in which they're playing the bearishness is looking at companies like Oracle and CoreWeave. That no one's starting to say that Amazon, that Microsoft, that Alphabet aren't good for perhaps issuing a little bit of debt for the first time in a long while. And yes, probably still financing a lot of the capital expenditure through their own cash flows. When you're looking at a company like Oracle that comes out with $18 billion of debt, and it is a more leveraged company, you start to wonder, okay, what are the long-term horizons of this company? It is going to go into negative free cash flow to a significant extent by 2028 in particular. How are they going to continue to finance the data center continuation, particularly when we've had all the narrative around Blue Owl this week? Are they still going to be financing partners of choice? And ultimately, where is the return on all of this? And I think that's the key question for many. We're even seeing Oracle's CDS, of course, credit default swaps. That's the key hedge many are using. But no one's saying Oracle's about to default in any way. But maybe its credit rating profile does weaken a little bit. And maybe you do play at CDS to be able to hedge the rest of your positions if indeed this AI bubble thesis does play out.
Yeah, and they've got over $100 billion in debt. As you say, that's pretty substantial compared to their $600 billion market cap. It's not like, you know, when the Mag 7, when the other Mag 7, which are trillions of dollars in market cap, borrow like 20 billion in bonds. The other thing is, speaking of borrowing, the Fed, right, that happened yesterday. By the way, here's Oracle's DDIS, so you can see how much they owe, and one fantastic function on the Bloomberg DDIS go. The other thing that happened yesterday, obviously, was the jobs number, which Michael Ball, I know it's late, and we could expect to see chop there as well because of the government shutdown, but with jobs more than double the expectation, adding 119,000, it's really difficult for the Doves to make the argument that we need another rate cut.
Yeah, it was a frustrating report. One, obviously, it's lags. We have to put that in context. But the household survey was significantly weaker in a lot of ways. We didn't have a lot of cyclical job builds. There was a better breadth. Unemployment rate creeped up, was actually getting close to 4.5 on a rounding basis. And then, you know, overall, it didn't really align with this high NFP. So you had something for everyone again, which keeps the debate going. Where are the Hawks going to be? Where are the Doves going to be? There's no kind of coming together on consensus. And you're seeing that again today. A lot of Fed speakers, only a couple touching on policy and economic outlook. But Williams clearly moving the tape earlier. The market's looking for some sort of sign that at least it's going to be 50-50 into December. Until then, we're going to have a higher vol regime cross asset.
Well, I mean, a higher vol we've gotten, but my kind of the frustrating thing is that by this time yesterday, we knew all of this. We knew all of that. We knew all these concerns. Nothing changed. How much of this is just about positioning that's been built up that's extremely weak in terms of the ability to hold on?
Yeah, we were watching this level that systematic CTA selling would come in. We've already seen vol control guys, and these are big money. These are billions of flows that come and go based on sort of the dynamics of volatility and levels and trend. We were watching this last cohort, the CTAs, kind of sitting right at a trigger point where they would probably unload a lot.
Come yesterday, tape falls under its own weight. No real headlines. We're searching for that first hour around 10:30. And behold, CTA guys are the kind of notorious sellers that kind of got put buying going, and all of a sudden dealers hedging is driving it lower and lower. And we go through the 100-day moving average, we go through the October low, and we're sitting now at a point that's much weaker.
It would be interesting, and I love all of your take here, but I wonder if it was ultimately the market trying to find a narrative. And as you say, technically we were under some pressure. There's now all this lip service being paid to accounts receivable on NVIDIA. There's a lot of suddenly searching within the fundamental details of what we've got from NVIDIA. Why would anyone be selling it? People now clutching at straws that maybe it still owed a lot of money by its customers. It still got a lot of inventory. Are the people good for the money? Is ultimately the $500 billion that Jensen Huang is talking about really in the bag? But that did feel like something that people searched for after the fall rather than as we precipitated it.
By the way, in that entire narrative that's really been bubbling up over the past week, I feel like one of the things it coincides with are the hawks from the Fed coming out. It's like the hawks coming out gave allowance to this market to not only talk about that narrative, but to put it into action.
Yeah, we had a ton of hawkish Fed speakers yesterday coming out. Beth Hammack before the jobs number. We had Michael Barr after saying not only that, we don't necessarily need a cut right now because that would prolong inflation, but also that I think Michael Barr said AI was going to substantially boost GDP growth. So we're looking at stronger growth, not a weak labor market. Why would the Fed cut? I mean, it's not exactly, it doesn't feel constrictive.
And I would actually add Governor Cook probably made a big impact because she kind of left the lanes and talked about some of this credit concerns Carolyn just highlighted with Blue Owl and some of the more cockroachy stories that have been making their rounds for the last few weeks. And that's kind of not really where the Fed often goes. So that caught a lot of people off guard. But to your point, yeah, we have guys that think things are okay still. Yet the market is sniffing out weakness in many parts, including consumer and labor, but also on the balance sheets of the drivers of growth, the AI complex.
I wonder what you and Ed Ludlow are hearing on your program, Bloomberg Tech, about this private credit drama that we're seeing. It's not really a blow up yet, right? There was a bump in the road for Blue Owl and their stock's been doing horribly, but this is a huge part of the financing for all of the data center build out.
It's getting creative, and they had to get creative because so much money is needed. Isn't it weird that a month ago, whenever a company announced that they were raising their capital expenditure, they would be increasing these data centers, when they were going to be exchanging their own equity to finance and get involved with a future purchaser of their chips, like we did with AMD, we applauded it. We sent the shares higher.
Well, some of us were
sentiment, yeah, a little Matt Miller in the corner with that being skeptical. Michael Burry today adding fuel to the fire, saying, who is the accountant, basically, or an auditor of OpenAI? There is a lot that's happening in the private markets. That this is where media and this is where deep data analysis comes in of bringing transparency to the fore. That's what everyone wants to start seeing.
Well, it's still ringing in my head. I was speaking with a top executive at one of the very, very big private capital shops who said, we are not taking AI risk. We are taking Oracle credit risk. What happens when Oracle credit risk no longer looks attractive? I know the CDS is still at normal and historical levels, but what happens if it blows out more?
That's very closely related to the question of who is the accountant, and don't forget that Larry Summers was on their board until Wednesday.
But let's face it, Sarah Farr is a very strong pair of hands and chief financial officer. I'm sure that they are crossing their T's, dotting their I's, but I'm sure some questions are coming their way to the representatives over there.
All right, thanks for the reassurance, Carolyn Hyde there. Michael Ball here writes for the Bloomberg MLive team. You can get his work by typing MLIV Go on your Bloomberg terminal. You can check out Caroline and Ed's show coming up at 11. Right now, check on what's going on in futures. We are in the green after the huge reversal that we saw yesterday and the drop below the 50-day and the 100-day moving average. We're still down there this morning. Let's get a look at some of the other movers on the radar. Danny, what do you see in terms of singles?
So there's Netflix, Comcast, and Paramount. They've all made their bids for Warner Brothers Discovery assets. Not moving things.
All right, we're going to pivot over to Boston. CBS News about Larry Summers leaving Harvard. For the ones that don't know, Larry Summers has actually stepped down from his teaching at Harvard just recently.
It's that time again. Wayfair's Black Friday sale is back. Right now, get up to 80% off area rugs, up to 65% off.
President Trump agrees to release the Epstein files. Breaking tonight, He says he has signed a bill compelling the Justice Department to release its records about the sex offender. Also breaking here at 11, former Harvard President Lawrence Summers will take a break from teaching at the prestigious university after his continued relationship with Epstein was exposed. Tonight, we have team coverage of the major steps toward transparency in the bombshell Epstein case. Thank you for joining us. I'm David Wade. We start tonight with Brandon Trude, who's live in Cambridge, with more on the fallout close to home. Brandon?
Well, David, calls have really been growing for Harvard to cut all ties with Larry Summers starting on Monday. But ultimately here, this case continued to gain traction, and students saying that his announcement of taking a leave of absence simply does not go far enough.
Harvard should fire him.
Tonight, the stunning fall of a one-time Treasury Secretary and former president of Harvard University, Larry Summers, announcing he will stop teaching immediately. A spokesperson writing, Summers decided it's in the best interest of the center, adding he's not scheduled to teach next semester. Summers will also take a leave from his role as director of the Center for Business and Government. It's the result of that batch of Jeffrey Epstein's emails released by Congress earlier this week. Some show friendly messages between the convicted sex offender and disgraced financier and Summers. In one, Summers appears to ask Epstein for relationship advice. In another, Epstein refers to himself as Summers' pretty good wingman.
Some of you will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame.
This now viral video from Tuesday shows Summers addressing the scandal with his class a day after he published a statement announcing he'd be stepping back from his public commitments, but at the time he planned to continue teaching. Lola Diacintis is his student and recorded the video.
What's important to remember is that even before this, Larry Summers was known to be a creep.
Larry Summers has shown terrible judgment. I mean, like, historically bad judgment.
With calls for Harvard to fire Summers growing louder in D.C., the university announced their own probe into the emails. Students like Jessica Wong say Harvard has protected him for years, pointing out his messages with Epstein were well after Epstein's first round of criminal violations with underage girls in 2007.
Even if he's not teaching directly in a classroom, he is still affiliated with Harvard. He's still employed at Harvard, and he could very well come back to teach a class.
The students really credit that video for going viral, for applying enough pressure to see these changes through, but they still think the school should fire him altogether. Tonight, the university not telling me if their probe will remain open. Live in Cambridge, Brandon Jewett, WBZ News.
All right, Brandon, thank you. We could soon learn more about Epstein's friendships and associates with the release of the Department of Justice files just approved by the president. Erica Brown explains what happens now.
The bill to force the Justice Department to release all of its files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein has been signed into law by President Trump. The measure passed the House Tuesday in a near unanimous vote, with only one lawmaker voting against it. Then, with unanimous consent, it passed the Senate shortly after. On Capitol Hill, lawmakers praised the bipartisan effort to pass the measure after months of political pressure.
People get all the facts, which is what should happen. We should have total transparency here. So
we'll keep the pressure up, pressure on the DOJ to release the full, unredacted files. No hiding, no game playing, no covering up.
President Trump pushed for a new investigation into Epstein's alleged ties with prominent Democrats, but some lawmakers are concerned that an active investigation could delay the release of some files. Attorney General Pam Bondi promised transparency.
We will follow the law. The law passed both chambers last evening, but we will continue to follow the law, again, while protecting victims, but also providing maximum transparency.
Now that the president has signed the bill, the Justice Department will have 30 days to release all of the Epstein files. Erica Brown, CBS News, Washington.
Tonight, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. I have the highest quality on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Ubiquinol, take it every day. It will soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. It's going to help the health of your mitochondria. It's going to boost up energy levels and protect your neurons.
This is very important to take every day, especially if you're 40 years of age. Excuse me. Or older. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ubiquinol. See, you notice my show? My show is totally unscripted, all right? So please help support the work that I do. All these videos are for free. If you stack the supplements accordingly, it'll slow down the aging process, boost up your immune system, and help with your other bodily systems, especially your neurons. Take the ubiquinol, super important, right? Soaking up free radicals, helping the health of your mitochondria, super important. Please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, we're gonna listen into Times Radio, Epstein files, Bill and Hillary Clinton called to testify as Andrew misses deadline.
The Congress has also called in Bill and Hillary Clinton to testify. No date has been set for that because it was supposed to happen during the shutdown. It hasn't happened.
Quick word on the Epstein bill. It's the daily story for us at the moment. The latest, not much has changed other than President Trump has signed the bill forcing the US Department of Justice to release the files within 30 days. We heard from Pam Bondi about that yesterday. She didn't sound completely sure about it all. But we've just got to expect it now, haven't we? There's no other news really to glean from this until we see the files.
Exactly, and that's going to be, as you said, 30 days, and the DOJ has to give a report to Congress within 15 days of the release. So we'll see what's in them. It's too soon to say, and this is after, of course, Trump's surprising U-turn on whether or not to release the files.
Yeah, all right, well, let's move on to Donald Trump and his meeting tomorrow with the New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. Takes place at the Oval Office tomorrow afternoon. In their customary meeting, the two adversaries are set to discuss public safety and affordability. I don't need to remind my listeners they are completely opposite ends of the political divide. Here's what the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt had to say ahead of the meeting.
Speaks volumes that tomorrow we have a communist coming to the White House because that's who the Democrat Party elected as the mayor of the largest city in the country. It speaks to the fact that President Trump is willing to meet with anyone and to try to do what's right on behalf of the American people, whether they live in blue states or red states or blue cities, in a city that's becoming much more left than I think this president ever anticipated in his many years of living in New York himself.
Yeah, I mean, look, he isn't a communist, but it's not going to stop the imaginary bunting, welcome communist Mamdani pinned across the front of the White House tomorrow.
Wait a minute. He is a communist. He believes in Marxism. He states that he hates capitalism. He wants to control the means of production. Mamdani, the mayor-elect for New York City, is Napoleon the Pig from Animal Farm.
Caroline Leavitt's vicious there, isn't she? But to give him his dues, Mamdani asked for the meeting and it was granted.
Right, and they are going to discuss these public safety issues, including, of course, the bulk of federal funding that goes to New York City. This is for infrastructure and transportation. Trump has threatened to withhold that. Of course, he's not legally allowed to do that. Only Congress has power of the purse. They're also going to talk about Trump's threat to deploy ICE, that's the immigration enforcement, to New York. So this is going to be an interesting, contentious meeting, and we're not sure, as Caroline also said, whether this is going to be open to the press. So stay tuned.
Wow. Okay. All right. As we don't know what we're going to expect, are they having an open press session? Do you know, Anita? Could we get fireworks? I mean, I'm thinking kind of Zelensky-style meltdown here. Could it all go wrong?
I mean, you never know what to expect with Donald Trump. As Leavitt just said, we're not sure if this actual meeting is going to be open to the press. So it's definitely going to be interesting. These are two very strong personalities from different sides of the political aisle with serious things to discuss, and they both have, as they say, a deep and abiding love for the city of New York.
All right. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, as we must now call him, he's missed the November 20 deadline set by the Democrats who want to question him over Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, this was expected. We thought he might, I mean, there was no obligation, was there, for him to speak to Congress?
No, he's not a U.S. citizen, so there's no legal obligation. I also have to note that the Congress has also called in Bill and Hillary Clinton to testify. No date has been set for that because it was supposed to happen during the shutdown. It hasn't happened. But as far as
to
Mr.
testify, do you know? Are they up for it, or can they ignore it?
Well, they're American citizens. So they have a higher standard, and there's a lot more leverage that Congress has over them. But it doesn't necessarily have to be an open session, and that's kind of important because, of course, this is sensitive stuff. We're talking about heinous abuse of young women, and maybe those details don't need to be spoken about in public. So again, stay tuned.
Wow, okay, busy. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance not invited to the memorial for the former Vice President Dick Cheney. Around 1,000 people in attendance today at the service at Washington National Cathedral. Tell us a bit about it.
So we know why this is happening. This is because Liz Cheney, the daughter of Dick Cheney, led the January 6th investigative committee. And so there's no love lost between her and the White House. She is a Republican, but as Trump says, she's a Republican in name only. So this was attended by other former presidents, including President Bush, President Biden, and former Vice President Gore, former Vice President Harris, Pence, and Quayle, but not Vance and Trump, and we know why. There's a lot of history there, and it's not pretty.
Will they be bothered, or will they have been bothered?
I mean, you're asking me to dig into the psychology of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. I mean, of course, Trump is always defensive in moments like this about, I didn't want to go to that party anyway. So, yeah.
Okay, all right. We're doing a great job of motoring through some of the big stories of the day. Got a little bit of time to discuss this one because it's blowing up on the American networks at the moment. And this is the decision by the US Coast Guards to no longer classify swastikas and nooses as hate symbols. Just walk us through, because this is literally within the last hour or so we are hearing more about this.
I mean, you could have knocked me over with a feather.
This Black Friday gift cleans your retainer at the touch of a button. No more brushing or tablets. Over 4 years ago, our team of engineers knew there had to be a quicker.
I mean, you could have knocked me over with a feather at that one. So basically, the Coast Guard, which is not technically part of the Department of Defense, is downgrading these very clear symbols. I think I know what they mean. You know what they mean. From divisive to potentially divisive. So a little bit of doubt there about whether they're problematic. I would really like to know which Americans think that swastikas are cool, because that is concerning.
I mean, why? Why, Anita? Why have they done this?
Well, I mean, this could be seen as part of the Pentagon's push to kind of change norms and change standards and to kind of, I guess, open up.
I'll pass the mic on X Spaces right after this clip in about a minute and a half.
Acceptance of different ideologies to be more inclusive, so to speak. But I can't think of a context also in which there are coast Nazis. They never made it to the coast of the United States, so I don't understand that either. I don't know why the Coast Guard in particular, other than this could be a test balloon, for the Department of Defense to follow suit. But this is also, this is responding to the military forces' general problem in recruiting soldiers. Maybe they feel that symbols like swastikas, nooses, and the Confederate flag, the stars and bars, are alienating to possible recruits. And they want people who embrace these symbols to join the armed forces, which is an interesting idea.
But that's not going to be a great pool of people, is it? I don't know, maybe the Confederate flag more so. I mean, what are we saying here? That armed forces recruitment or recruitment to the Coast Guard is so bad that they need to, think about people who embrace Nazi era symbols. It's just a bit crazy, isn't it?
Well, I think you said it, Kate. But now we're deciding to give them rifles, so that's where we are. I can't say how many members of extremist groups there are in the general population who have an interest in joining the armed forces, and furthermore, who qualify, because there are, of course, restrictions on who can join. But I'm frankly baffled by this, because I always thought, like many Americans, that the swastika was a pretty clear symbol and symbolized hate genocide, Nazis, and those are bad things.
All right. Well, look, thank you so much for being with us. Anita Powell, DC report.
Before I pass the mic on, let me just interject. There's ultra left and ultra right. Both of them in American politics need to be contended with. All right? They're both ultra left, ultra right cause problems in society. All right? If you're just going to demonize the ultra left, then you're not really paying attention to the problem. If you're only going to demonize the ultra right, you're not really paying attention to the problem. All right? Now, what William F. Buckley stated in terms of conservatism and individualism back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, right, when he had Firing Line, when he was doing his show, and his magazine, The National Review, he focused on this concept that you have to purge the extremes. If you don't purge the extremes in politics, you're not going to be able to move the ball forward because the extreme will slow you down. He was totally against the ultra-right because he felt that it was eroding the actual momentum of conservatism in the United States. And he was right. And it was under William F. Buckley that led to Reaganism in the Reagan era. With that, I'm going to pass on the mic to someone that requested it on X Spaces. Just a reminder for the ones that are watching on Rumble, YouTube, or my website, you can join X Spaces and ask a question or give me your opinion on what's being covered today. With that, let me pass on the mic. Hello?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for requesting.
I do think that you're one of the smart ones out there. I get that a lot of people don't say that, but you understand that the whole Groyper, Nick Fuentes movement is the far right. Like that's the right that you're talking about. That's being controlled by the same people that are pushing the left side.
Right.
They're trying to create predictive outcomes so that they can counteract it. And, you know, I really do think that everything you got to say, like, you're a very smart person. And, you know, I wish the best of luck to you. But, you know, things are only going to get worse.
Oh, I agree with you on that. I think things are going to get worse. And I feel, at times, I feel like I'm just yelling into the wind.
You know, but you aren't. So, I guess you see how it's going, and you can only give so much compassion and so much information to people that take it or not. So it's like you understand why things are happening the way it's happening. You know, because we're grateful beings that want more.
I think that we are reaching a point where we're reaching a existential threat to our own existence. And people are starting to go, what does it mean to be human? Because we're getting stressed by AI, we're getting stressed by our economies faltering, we're getting stressed based on family commitments and society's getting over indebted, people's home life is disrupted, and there's a spiraling issue here. Now, what I find very interesting is I think that there are moments in time in history that are starting to repeat, such as the fall of the Greek. Well, the market just opened, but the fall of the Greek Empire or the fall of the Roman Empire. Some of the philosophers like Plato was warning us, you know what? If you don't pay attention, you can easily fall into the realm of tyranny. So, and New
That's a good
York
way of
is
putting it.
New York is a big problem, big problem with Mondani coming into the scene. He's going to be mayor in January, and you have a big population in New York, especially.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Iron Man gave me a suit upgrade. Instead of webs, I now shoot bullets. And I have a new objective, a new mission. And that's to get rid of these socialist, these people that don't represent American values, because America has been washed for the last 30 years, clean of its spirit, and it's completely something different. It's all about following the status quo, and that's it.
Well, let me give you an anecdotal example here. Last night I was in a room of people talking about private equity, all right, and some of the problems with private equity. And many of the people in the room were they make money in private equity. They work in that.
And what's their problem? I'd love to hear it.
Well, okay, so there was an author that just released a book called Bad Company. Her first name's Megan, I don't remember her last name. But Bad Company is talking about how private equity is destroying American businesses, where they come in, they're
destroying small mom and pop shops. It's creating a duopoly.
Yeah. Well, it's not just small mom and pop shops, but also the fall of Toys R Us, which was a large corporation. But
think about it. Think about it from the 90s. When we moved all of our manufacturing jobs overseas, that's when we killed the middle class. So
no, I totally agree with you on that.
So the only two classes we have right now are the shareholder, the stock owner class, versus the worker class, right?
Well, I would phrase it more poignantly. You have the master class and the slave class, which is very similar to what Nietzsche was saying.
Yeah, of course it is. But when you look at it, like, who is the master class, and how can you become like them? They're the shareholder class. When you look at the stock market, it's one big pyramid scheme. And my parts of my family, they get very good stocks from these companies that they work at, and it makes them even richer, to the point where they can retire at 50, at 60 years old, and live the rest of their life at 4 different houses, and not have to worry about anything. Right. They just worry about their planning vacation trips that are $30,000 a week. So it's like, it's a disconnect. We have the Trump administration talking about one thing, and then you have the actual facts, and they're one other thing. So it's like, we understand who he's presenting the information to, which class he's, like, even these mainstream medias, they're all the same. Fox News, CNN, I know it because my grandpa, used to be the president of Timken, and Timken made a lot of steel parts, airplane parts and all that, but they're around the country now, and he still gets a pension. Now, that company doesn't offer pensions anymore. Right. Because people don't pay into it, because the American dream is dead. Retiring at 50 years old and living the next 30 years of your life, job, it doesn't exist anymore.
Well, I'll take it one step further. I think that there was a great fleecing that took place by the baby boomers. So I'm Gen X, so maybe I have an axe to grind. But the thing is that I see that the baby boomers, they didn't want to fight a war. They draft dodged during the Vietnam era. They had a very large population because because of the after World War II, there was a huge baby boom. So as they started moving through society, they started consuming, and there was large consumption.
The government. There
was a push out of the urban environment. There was there was the suburban sprawl, and then all of a sudden, there's a lot of social programs that were developed.
That they were told, yes, exactly. They were told to spend money. to be the consumer.
Right.
That's what created the consumer market, was the boomers.
Right.
They were the ones. My grandma even told me this. If you want to be rich, live like you're poor, because those people that live like they're poor and bought those things that made them look like they're rich, they ended up being just poor.
Right.
And I look at that, and my boomers, like, they have millions of dollars, but they don't even know how to cook. And it's just the simple things. Like, they sacrificed. The people that have money now, they sacrificed a lot. And when I look at it, it's not a good sacrifice. It's the kind of sacrifice that you have the ticket, you cash it in, knowing that your future generations don't have the same opportunities.
Exactly.
So
exactly. I see it as more like they're driving a speedboat in a calm water, and they don't care about the weight they create for everybody else.
But that's the thing. Boomers, like 50% of the boomers have died, and of those 50, like a quarter of them are rich, and they're in Congress, they're in power, and all these different things, right? And the thing about all that is that the Gen Z, if they don't have grandparents, right, especially if you're black and you don't have a father who's told you things or whatever, or who has a grandpa, it's coming to the point where we're breeding the next generational sheep to follow the leader, and the leader is just a couple generations old, and they're trying to pass down the information to their kids or whatever, and then they keep passing down the scam, and the scam gets more elaborate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I was in a crypto space that was very legitimate people. I've never, it was just 10 minutes ago, I've never joined a crypto space in all of my time that had real people that talked about how 99% of crypto are just rug pulls. And they were talking about how they were navigating through it. And they were talking about how it's literally impossible unless you're old. Like, unless you have that data in the back of your head where, like, I know what, like these timelines, if it's happened, things happen, and this is where we are. Unless you're like that, then you don't know where the fuck we are. You don't know where we're headed. It's coming to a point where, like I said, we have the shareholder owner class versus the worker class, and all the people that are inheriting money, those people never worked a real job in their life. They don't know what it's like. They don't know what it's like.
Well, that was the point that I was trying to make with that conference that I saw yesterday. It's just that there are many people in the room that actually worked in private equity. But the author was saying, hey, private equity, about 60% or more of the deals destroy companies and just make the private equity firm rich.
I know that because I go skiing. When I go skiing, there are two companies that own all the ski resort, or most of them. It's Vail, and then it's Altman, or something. I forget what the other. It's like, it starts with an A. Yeah. And they go around, they buy up ski resorts, and they corporatize it so that, like, the parking costs more, the hotels cost more, even though they do a little bit of upgrades. And they own the whole mountain. So when it comes to, like, voting on local shit, they have control of the votes. So it's like, they come in, they spend a couple $1 billion, and now they own the whole fucking city.
Mm-hmm.
And when I look at the future, and I look at, well, people, if AI is going to replace jobs, and we're going to be on a high income, universal high income, like Elon Musk said, well, the people that want to spend that money to go skiing, those ski resorts already are overcrowded from foreigners, from rich people, like all these, things. So it's like, how are we going to sustain this market when we bring a high income, universal income? How are we going to sustain all the markets? Because it's going to be overcrowded with so much people and so much.
My take is that universal income, I don't think is sustainable, because eventually the society becomes less productive.
Exactly.
And people lose incentive. And if you do have market clearing price discovery through supply and demand, eventually you'll have bouts of inflation, which forces the government to print more money to deposit for this guaranteed income. So it's going to be inflationary. So
the material market. When we look at like metal scarcity, we're already in it. We're already in that copper scarcity. We're already heading towards a cobalt, lithium scarcity. I mean, we outsource our rare earth materials to countries that promote slave labor as young as like fucking 7, 8 years old. So, and it's not just us. It's Dubai. It's all these other countries that trick people to come into their country and they take the passports and now they can't leave the country. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that like that relates to like metal, like we're already in a metal scarcity. Like silver is up at its all-time high, gold's up at its all-time high, everything is up at its all-time high. You know, we build Tomahawk missiles that require silver because it's a very good conductor. And we don't really know how much silver goes in one Tomahawk missile. So if they're producing 1,000, a couple thousand, it's like, holy shit, no wonder the price of silver goes up because it's, you know, we need gold for our computer chips and for like electricity or silver. It's very conductive. And that's the thing, like we're coming to a point where the dollar is not worth anything. Where getting a job as an engineer in today's market, going to college right now in today's market and trying to get a job, it doesn't make sense because being an engineer, unless you get lucky, you can't really afford a house or a good way of living like you used to. Right. Or you get hired, you're on a project and eventually the canceled project. Well, like my brother, he's a supervisor for a construction company, and come January, February, he's going to be off for 3 months because they don't have any work. Yeah. And his company hires illegal immigrants. Like he tells me, like my brother is one of those brainwashed college students. And I saw that long time ago in high school. He was gone. The person I knew that I remember, you know, I could talk to and stuff. He just. You know what's interesting about what you're saying is that I find similarities between religious cults and what is being produced and minted with the new students that are coming out of college. Yeah, there's a cult-esque feel to it. There is, but that's the real feeling that you and I have. Like that's the feeling that we know is there, and we see it because it's just depressing. Like my brother was like, oh, you need to find a motivation to do things in life. Like you got to go watch some David Goggins. And as soon as he said that shit, I already knew where he was coming from. And there's no amount of motivational videos or any kind of video, anything to get me up and going. Or well, I've always thought that motivation videos were just scams. But it's not just that. It's be in my brother's mindset. If my brother's like, yo, bro, like you should go and do this and do that and find some motivation. It's like, bro, I don't give a fuck. And I don't want to tell him that. I don't tell him anything. I don't know. He doesn't know what I know at all. So it's like when he comes to me in a certain way, it's like I can see through it. And it's like, damn, where did my brother go? Like he's gone. Like I'm now having to navigate this life where it's just a bunch of people that sold their soul. You know what I mean? For security. Well, I'm very worried that a big part of the youth will be gravitating to socialism or something more extreme like Marxism. No. When I was younger, I automatically gravitated to socialism because I thought that's what we lived in. I thought that's what made sense. And when other people tell me, oh, we live in capitalism, it didn't make sense. And I had to make sense of why I couldn't make sense of it. And what I figured out was that, socialism, capitalism, both share central banking systems, which our banking system is not backed by gold anymore. So it's just backed by the faith and trust of the people, which over time, when people start realizing that, you know, our economy is one big pyramid scheme, literally, AT&T is one big pyramid scheme. I know that because I follow autistic people. Like they know where these pyramid schemes are. They know how it works. Even if they provide a real service, they still try to recruit people and pay a subscription and all this bullshit. And they give. What I'm trying to say is, when the Trump administration wants to invest $1 trillion into AI, they give that. They print that money first of all. They first print it, and then they give that money straight to these companies,
right,
which then those companies give it to other companies, which help stimulate the growth behind the AI sectors. Right. So all of this is just artificial growth. It's not even natural growth. None of this is organic.
Here's the here's the little rub to it. If one takes the premise that the United States needs to dominate in AI because of military prowess and spectral
we already
dominance,
have that though.
Yeah, but the question is, how close is China?
China is already there. China. The thing about China is that they don't have to necessarily, in my opinion, I don't think they necessarily have to do anything. For instance, most Americans don't know that we're owned by Israel. The technology that we create and that we'll send an F-16 to Israel, we'll make it 90% of what the original was, right? And then they'll take that same aircraft and they'll sell it to other countries. The schematics, blueprints, the manuals, all that shit. They'll sell it to other countries just to make a buck. So what that shows is that our economy is literally...
Yeah, but don't we have like kill switches with our equipment? We probably have, I'm sure we have technology to know where those different machinery are geolocated, and you just do a kill switch.
It's not as simple as that. First of all, we know how many aircraft we give to countries. We know where it goes, all that stuff, right?
Right.
The thing about it is that our intel agencies, all of our agencies are in on it. They're all making money too, because their families, their kids are either working at Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Raytheon,
or they have stock in the companies.
Exactly, the stock in the company, and that's what matters. Because with my family, we have stock in certain companies where it's going to keep us rich forever. So there's a point to it where it's like it's so complicated, because when you have a family that's already making a shit ton of money, the last thing they're going to do is try to give up that.
Right.
Give up their securities, right? Give up their feeling of I'm always going to be rich. Like they don't want to let go of that. It's not just that, it's that they're usually hooked up with around other people that will tell them, hey, put your money into this, put your money into that. And that's what I've known, is that very rich people, they will have other people that they trust that will tell them, hey, put your money in this is doing that. Like, they'll give the news before it hits the news, if that makes sense. So it's like, it all is.
But part of the reason why they do that is that they either are part of a fund, or they're managing a fund that's moving money into something, and they're trying to promote more individuals to pump the stock up.
They are. And you know how I found that out? My really rich grandparents in Ohio, right? They were in a multi-level marketing scheme. It was this stem cell patch thing that helped you, like, if you put it on any part of your muscle, it would just feel better. And they were, I didn't know, but I had to think about in the future, like, what it was. But I realized that it was a pyramid scheme, that they were trying to sell this product that, it might have done what it said it did, but it never fixed you long term, just short term. So it was almost like a drug that they somehow concoct. And they were selling this patch. And my grandparents are very, like, political. Like their company donates themselves, like even themselves, they donate millions of dollars to Trump's foundation during elections, whatever fundraisers. And they'll go in the White House and get a picture with Trump and all this shit. Like,
are they in the East Coast?
They're in Ohio. I'm on the East Coast.
All right, Midwest.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they were, and I'm going to tell you, my grandpa, he started at Timken at the very bottom of the barrel. All right. He got all the way up to president, and the company sent him to Harvard to go get like a business degree or some shit, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And every month he would lose like 10 pounds because he was studying too much. He couldn't eat all this stuff. And when he got back, he was so thin and frail. Like my grandma was very worried. And he only worked at the company for maybe 10 more years. He traveled the world in the private jet and did all the business meetings and all that stuff. But he retired. And so when I'll go over to his house and some days, you know, like or Christmas or Thanksgiving, whatever, he'd go through like a slideshow of where he went in the world through his company or whatever. And I'm talking about places that are like crazy, like South America, Europe, everywhere. Like he had this one story where his grandmother, my grandmother, got bit by like a python, whatever the fuck it was. Her finger got snapped off, and she got bit by some kind of venom that was going to kill her in an hour. He ran her like 20 miles to the local. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that this shit is not fucking real. There's no way none of this shit is real because it's all just by luck. These people got lucky. They controlled a certain sector. You know, they followed.
Well, I would use the term, instead of not real, I would just use the term manipulated. I think the markets are definitely manipulated.
Well, I know the stock market is because, you know, like my families are bankers, so they already told me, they're like, this market is one big pyramid scheme. Like when you look at it, it is a pyramid scheme. And that's why they pulled their money out. Like they only put their money into things that are guaranteed safe. And none of those are even guaranteed safe. So
yeah, but but the thing is, here's the problem. Individuals that have reached a certain level of assets, yes, you could, put everything in cash or put it into something super safe, right? But when individuals that haven't reached that level of assets and are saving and they're investing in the financial markets, they have to continue to weather the storm, and the question is will there be a market crash? Now,
okay,
I've gone through I've gone through a lot of market crashes in my lifetime.
But what keeps your faith? Is it other people or is it yourself?
That's a great question. You're hitting to the core of like human beings, and I'll tell you what, I have zero faith. I have zero faith in the population. IQ.
Me too.
And I have a lot of faith in myself. So I just, so it's the question is, can one navigate through all this?
Exactly. What is that? Like, what is the navigating? That is the truth. Navigating through the truth, figuring out what's real, what's not, what's 100% verifiable, what's not. I'm in the tech space, so when it comes to like a company coming out here and saying we're verifying, like through other hackers and other communities, like if you can hack our stuff, like we'll pay you, we'll patch it, all this stuff. But what I've realized is that like as time goes on, less of that happens. So then as you get more curious as to why that happens less, you start to realize these companies are paying the hackers to not hack. And that's just it. And so what can you verify? What can you trust? You can only verify a hacker based on the work he's done. You can only trust things that he can hack. So when it comes to like blockchains and stuff like that, where you can track people and you can also hack it, it's like what I've realized is that most of these people are like everyone is really in it for the money.
Well, let me ask a more technical question. As quantum computing becomes more mainstream, right now it's still research level, but let's just say that let's just say that quantum computing becomes more mainstream. Do you think that it totally breaks the security for blockchain?
Yes, 100%. IBM already did a research report what it would take to break the blockchain. I've already read that a long time ago. Look, when I was 10 years old, I was in AI. All right, before my parents even knew that, or anyone in my family knew this shit was going to blow up.
So nothing is secure. Your biometric data, nothing
secure.
is.
But that's the saying. It is trust but verify. Trust but verify. So if you can't verify it, you can't trust it. So it actually goes back to like selling drugs on the internet. Like when you were using Bitcoin to buy drugs on the internet and then sell it through your local neighborhood, whatever. It's like that. It's like when someone says, all right, this is going to cost you this much. Let's put it in escrow, this and that when it comes, whatever. It's having the escrow, having that buffer where it's like a third party is controlling the logistics, I guess, of it. Because like it can easily give you your money back, but there's also elaborate schemes you can do, like elaborate things you can do. So it's also, like I said, trust but verify. And that's the thing. As time goes on, more people are going to be able to verify and less people are going to be able to trust. So that's why you have real players on the market, right? The ones that are the action movers, right? The autistic people that are making so much money that their brains are literally getting fried. And I've met those people. Those autistic people are, and it goes back to like free will, I guess. It's like, what is free will and this and that? It's like these people can't help themselves but make themselves feel jittery, like feel all happy and shit. Like, oh my God, I just made so much money off these fuckers and they're all just stupid. It's like these people are textbook narcissistic, textbook psychopathic in a way, like sociopathic. Like these people that are making money, billions of dollars. I mean, I know Dan Schneider. I knew his nephew. I used to go to dinners. His nephew's dad would come over with 30 grand in his pocket to go, gambling. Come back in a few hours, nothing left. And it's like these people, they don't look at money like us. They don't look at it like, oh, we could start a business and that business could make $3,000 a day. Mm-hmm. They look at it like, I have $5 million. I want to open 3 stores and I want to spend $1 million in inventory. They don't give a fuck about the end result, the day-to-day result. All they move in is feelings. Like, oh, I feel like, oh, I want to open a high-end, like, women's clothing store. And these people will do it with no thought about it, nothing. They're just, I know the supplier, I know where the building is, blah, 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 these people, all this and that. It's like they don't actually think about it. And so for people like me, it's an advantage because while those people don't think about shit, I do. And that's the leverage I get. It is understanding their mistakes, understanding where they come from, understanding that I'll never be like them because I'm not them, but also understanding that I am better than them in a way, because
I think it boils down to the same questions that the Greeks were asking about what is virtue? What does it mean to have a virtuous life? Just because one is running a country doesn't mean that they're a virtuous leader, or one that is super rich doesn't mean that they're a virtuous person. And
I think it comes down to productivity. Like I said before, if you're very rich, the designers, the architects, all these suppliers, all these people, right? And if you're productive like that, then you have the opportunity to open up 3 different,
when I talk to VCs, all right, let me give you an example. There are lots of people, especially during around 2020, around 2016, maybe 2015, there were a lot of VCs looking into fintech, right? So it was easy if you had an app on a mobile that you had a prototype, you could easily get seed money, A series, right? And normally how it works is that they'll seed you maybe 100,000, maybe 250,000, see how it goes, and then they'll up their exposure. But they want 30% of the company for 100 grand, which most people can just jack that up on a credit card. So, there's a little bit of them taking advantage of these early entrepreneurs, right? Now, this is what I saw in the fintech world. Now fast forward to 2025, yeah, there's a lot of money slushing around in VC, but they're not. But these VCs don't want to invest in a biotech company that has the potentiality of having some sort of adverse clinical study. They'll invest in stupid stuff like Uber. From my observation of venture capitalists, they're not willing to take risks. They're not willing to take risks that actually help people, that literally help save people's lives.
But that's only on the bigger scale. Like once you become too big, you can't take risks because it's like that whole like.
The only way to get investment in biotech, where you need like 10 million, 25 million to start to move the needle, you need an angel investor that sees the longer vision. Most of these venture capitalists, they're let me slap down $100,000 or let me slap down even $500,000, which is nothing in terms of biology.
But that was it was like that maybe 5 years or 10 years ago. Now it's different. Like investing $250,000, $500,000, $1 million is nothing anymore, because the inflation. And on top of that, it's just we have reached a point in time in our economy where we have invested too far out, where the money's becoming really thin, where the people are actually struggling, not the companies. The people are struggling, and the companies are too, but not in the same way the people are, because the companies don't need the people anymore. They need AI to work. They need when I was working at these warehouses when I was young, a quarter of the warehouse would be AI robots doing the same shit we were doing, but they weren't freezer certified. Like they could not go into freezers because I guess it would whatever. But that's what I'm saying is that like these warehouses, these ports. And I've talked to a lot of smart people about this. My main concern in the future is that just like Venezuela and all these other countries in South America, when their currencies collapse, they can't just go to the U.S. dollar because they can't print the U.S. dollar. They have to trade their gold for U.S. dollar to back their country, or they go straight to Bitcoin. The country starts buying Bitcoin.
But here's the problem with if you try to go to Bitcoin as your central bank reserve, because Bitcoin is unstable, it's not a
you're right.
store of value.
It's more stable than look up Venezuela. Look up their currency and what happened. Their currency hyperinflated. Their government created a new currency, which then again hyperinflated, and they just like let's look at it. Crypto is less volatile than our own economy because our economy sucks and it's shit, right? And it's only backed by oil. And in America, our currency is backed by creative knowledge, creativeness, innovation, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Right. It's not backed by like labor. Our economy in America is not backed by immigrants or none of that. Now, our Social Security might be backed by immigrants because we need. It runs like a Ponzi scheme. We need more people paying into it than people getting out of it.
Right.
But our economy, it's coming to a point where the boomers were given the key to the American dream, and as they were dying, they ended up closing the door and locking it behind them. And that's the fear that Gen Z has.
I'll use a different analogy. I think society is like the Titanic, and you have the boomers that are jumping ship, and everybody else that is younger is going to sink with the Titanic.
The boomers cause the iceberg to hit.
Yeah, but they're also jumping into the lifeboats.
Yeah, but they're not making it. none of them are making it. It's only the lucky that survive. And of those lucky people, basically it works out to this. We're repeating the same cycle, and nothing's ever going to change. That's the whole thing. And that goes back to, why would pirates go out there and rob, the English ships? Why would they go out there and try to make their buck or two? It's because they had their own islands, their own safe place. Like they could go where, like, their one little island and go get fucked up and hire some prostitutes, right? That is Dubai for Bitcoin. Like you make a shit ton of Bitcoin or crypto, you go to Dubai and you live out there. Like I know so many people that have just fucked off. They made so much money. They don't give a fuck about who their old friends are. They'll make new ones because of their money. And yeah, they go from there. And it's like, these people aren't even that smart. And that's the thing about it, is that everyone's getting scammed. The rich people are getting scammed. The poor people are getting scammed. It's just about being able to figure out how the scam works. And once you see the truth, you can break yourself free from the bullshit, the cycles. Like I said, and that's just the thing. Like they just rinse and repeat, and they think nobody's going to know.
But the thing is that, for an individual to break free, as you say, is it a person that needs to, create their own little enclave and stay away from modern society? Or
no, that builds a target. You have to understand, to be free, you have to be anonymous. Like that's the whole point about the internet, is that you can make $100 billion and get away and fuck off to the Cayman Islands or whatever you want to go and live your life. That's the whole, like, finding truth and figuring it out and then setting yourself free. That's the whole, like, there's only so many people that can do that.
Yeah, see, but maybe I'm old man Paul, but the thing is that when I think of these being free, it's not making a ton of money and then living the life of Riley. I see it as more of what's virtuous to maintain the republic. Because our Constitution,
that whole ideology is fantasy.
I don't know. But the fighting for the republic and maintaining constitutional rights is passed down from one generation to another.
Yeah, but it's not upholded by the people anymore. It's not upholded by anyone.
There's the problem. It's just like the intellectuals that know what's going on really need to be virtuous and promote the republic.
Imagine this. If you saw your government, right, on Fox News blow up a cruise ship because there was a bunch of ISIS members on there.
Yeah.
But those people could have committed 50 atrocities in those cities, like 50 different cities, created mass casualties, all this stuff, right? But they blew up that cruise ship. So the analogy is it's so stupid in a way, because it's like we created the problem to begin with. All right, so the ISIS being on the cruise ship, trying to sail their way to America for a one-day little drop-off. It's like those people are not the problem. We're the problem because we didn't understand what the problem was before it happened. That's why we had our intel agencies commit those problems. Because, like I said before, we don't know what the problems are. We don't know what our intel agencies are doing behind our back because they're so secretive. And then we have to go with the flow. We have to say America is number one, blah, 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 even though we don't know what the fuck America's doing. And they say one thing on the news, and it's literally the quite opposite in reality. So it's like no wonder they don't say shit about what's really happening on the news, because
there's a difference between maintaining the republic and what the government does. Strengthening the Constitution doesn't necessarily mean that you're really for the government, because the government could be antithetical to the Constitution. my worry is that we're having generations that are moving towards socialism and Marxism, and that we are good, and we are literally going to have a group of people that will want to rewrite the Constitution
because they're Muslim, because they're Islamic, because they're not American. They want to rewrite it because they're not from here.
You're right. There's a certain constituency that is.
I know, but you have to look deeper than that. You got to understand these people are not from here, and these people that are coming over here are funded by the people that we never. You've got to understand. It's like a parasite. You could eat a tomato and not realize that there's a parasite in there. There's a little worm in there crawling in there. You eat it. It gets in your stomach. It doesn't digest right. It goes through your intestines.
Right.
Crawls through the intestines.
But these parasites, not all parasites are from Islamic faith. Some of them are just pure Marxists. Marxists.
But that's what it breeds. Capitalism, centralized banking systems breed the kind of jealousy you want. It breeds the freedom that you create.
I would take it one step. I think you're right, but there needs to be a caveat, and that is it's central banking that's using Keynesian economics. See, if we had central bank that was actually following the edicts of Hayek, where you have to be more prudent, you don't intervene in markets, you have a stable currency and blah, blah, blah. Compared to Keynes, Keynes is basically, print until the cows come home, and that everything's going to be, copacetic. And I think that Keynesianism is what led to a lot of the shortfalls of capitalism today.
So you think printing money out of nowhere led to the fall of where we're at?
I think that there was an over-reliance of fiscal spending and central banking intervention every time
you're right.
Every time that the economy catches a cold.
Doctor, you're absolutely right. And you're missing a point that I just saw. You're missing that when we print money, we control where that money goes first. So if we print $20 for the big, beautiful bill, and we want to invest $500 billion in AI, those bigger companies first get the money. Then those bigger companies send the money to smaller companies, which they outsource the work to or their research to, or whatever the fuck it may be, right? And those companies get more money from the government. It's just a trickle down. It's like a pyramid scheme.
No, I agree with you, but that's not the only pathway when the central bank creates money.
The pathway is to hire people that are interested in those fields. But our economy is set up where we don't trust anyone. We don't trust the people working for the companies. We only trust the results. And the results are, making Tomahawk missiles. And Trump literally went on the internet and said, we can't have people that have been out of work for 5 or 10 years or whatever he said. We can't have those people pulled out of their homes and making Tomahawk missile, or whatever the hell he said. We had women back in the day that knew nothing. The amount of things that we know today, we could be making in our backyards missiles. You know what I mean?
Well, you're hitting a theme that I keep on saying on my show, and that's God, country, and family. There needs to be a certain level of patriotism where you can trust the.
You only get patriotism when you all fight for one given thing. Like if it's for freedom.
Well, this is the problem with postmodernism. Postmodernism is this. The problem with it is that everyone is for themselves. All perspectives are equal in postmodernism, and that postmodernism is antithetical to patriotism.
The patriotism.
So the problem that we have today in philosophy is that anything goes. Anything goes. Anything, whatever you want. It turns into a hedonistic society.
Why though? Because you're missing the emotional aspect. You got to understand emotions are like a spiritual form of thinking. That when people are scared, they don't want to pursue truth. They don't.
Well, I think that there's negative pathos and there's positive pathos. Some people would maybe form it in some people would form it in maybe, good deeds versus bad deeds. But the point here is that it really is based on one's perspective. Unfortunately, because the three pillars are being eroded in society, God, country, and family, people become hedonistic. If one is patriotic, if one has some sort of level of spirituality, if one wants to take care of their family, and they view those three pillars as virtuous, then you're going to have a much more stable and productive society versus a postmodernist hedonistic society. But the problem is that we've lost that. We've lost that through the baby boomers. The baby boom generation cracked those three pillars. They think that, a lot of people don't know this, but over 65 million fetuses have been aborted since 1970s. That's just in the United States. How can we say that we're pro-family when we've killed more than 65 million human beings?
Well, that's the hypocrisy that you see. See, you're seeing it now. I mean, I go through, when I drive through where I live, I will sometimes see like a group of priests, like maybe 3 or 4 of them, praying at the Planned Parenthood place where they do the abortions or whatever.
Right.
Well, I don't even know. And you're right. But something about me makes me want to honk at them and throw them the middle finger, because it's letting them know that not only am I a troll or I'm just an angry, pissed off person, it's letting them know that they're being heard, and when they go to sleep, they can laugh about it because they're like, oh, we know the truth, but that guy maybe not. So it's, I guess what I'm trying to say, it's funny. It's funny seeing
every day
we are.
Every day that I'm at the club, at the Harvard Club.
I know, but it's almost like one day you wake up and it's completely the reverse opposite, right? Like everything that made you sad, it makes you crack up now, because it's like how the fuck did we get? It's not even that.
I'll give you an answer on how to do it. There's the idea of strengthening the pillars, those 3 pillars: God, country, and family. But every time I'm at the Harvard Club, there on the 3rd floor, there's a small walkway where there's a memorial for the veterans for World War I, for anyone that was a Harvard Club member veteran that died in World War I. I make it a point every time that I'm there to walk through that hallway to remember the sacrifice of many people that have allowed us to have the country that we have. Now, it's our responsibility, the ones that are living and that have, fortitude, to carry the flame of freedom. And it's living through a virtuous, trying to live in a virtuous life. And Andrew Tate, and those people that like Andrew Tate or the AMTV guy, whatever his name is, Green.
They're all grifters. All these influencers.
Yeah. Well, the thing,
to promote a crypto coin.
Right. But they're not really America first. And I'm not saying America first in
the Groypers that act like they have this secret knowledge, like they figured it out before us and they try to share it to us. They're all promoting crypto coins now because they know the market's down. They know this is the exit strategy. Like I'm not fucking stupid. All right. What makes me angry is these fuckers. They're on the algorithm. I keep saying we're the opposition to the Jews. Like we're their enemy, this and that. But I'm asking myself, why would the enemy promote their enemy on the algorithm? Why would the Jews promote Nick Fuentes on the algorithm? Why would they promote people that are clipping his shit on the algorithm? Those same people, because they're all grouped in. It's one big fucking pyramid scheme that I figured out. All these people are connected. There's some kind of group chat. There's some kind of fucking agenda.
Well, do you think, wait, let me dive into what you're saying here.
Go
do
ahead.
You think that Nick Fuentes is paid opposition? Or do you think?
Yes. My roommate, I went to NASCAR Technical University in Mooresville.
Yeah.
I lived at 150 Niles, and I had a roommate there. and he was very Christian. You know, one of his best friends died, and his name was Austin, and he read the Bible twice. He really remembered this shit, this shit was very cool, like what he knew.
Right.
And he would talk like a very religious person, you know, and you know, he wasn't perfect himself. I saw a lot of flaws that I tried pointing out. He'd be very ignorant about it. And but what he told me one day was, and in February, I remember I was in February, very early February, and I was scrolling through X, you know, trying to figure out what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And Nick Fuentes pops up. And it was like one of the very first times he pops up, maybe a week or two he was popping up out of nowhere. And my roommate hears the stuff that he was talking about, the Bible. And I don't remember exactly what it was because I wasn't paying attention. I didn't know I didn't really know. And just listening, and my roommate's like, yo, that guy's full of shit, you gotta turn him off. And I've never heard my roommate ever talk to me like that. He was just like, bro, that's just full of bullshit, just turn it off. And that's what made me raise my eyebrow. So over the years, I was trying to figure out, why the fuck are they promoting his shit on my algorithm? You know, I had Premium X or whatever, Premium Plus, whatever. Why are they promoting his shit on the algorithm? Like, I'm trying to learn about other stuff, not this bullshit.
Right.
Like, I never picked this road, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think the problem with the algorithm is that it's geared for hate. And Nick Fuentes, to me, is the personification of hate.
Let me tell you something. Look up South Park episode or season 10 or 20. I forget what it was. I think it's season 10.
Season 10, what episode?
The whole entire thing. It's basically when Randy, the Jewish guy, the Jew's dad, he goes on the internet and he trolls people because he thinks it's funny. He thinks that trolling people is funny and that's it. And everyone else is trying to figure out why he's trolling. They think that he's like the Messiah, you know? And what it showed me was that, like, we're literally going through that right now. Like Twitter got censored because of all the trolls. Not necessarily actual trolls, but yes, actual trolls that were grifting to make a buck off of the truth. Maybe whether it was the real truth or just make believe. You get what I'm saying, right?
Right. Here's my concern is just that as Alex Jones starts to exit the stage, all right, because he's
that guy's one big grifter, man.
I know, but he's starting to implode, right? For various reasons. But the ones that are going to rise up.
Before you finish, just a quick question. Do you think Sandy Hook was real or fake?
I think Sandy Hook was real.
Okay, good.
But as he starts to fade, as the shock jock of truth, supposedly, right?
He was never.
Yeah, but it's independent of. I don't like Alex Jones at all. But what I'm saying is that he has a big following. All right. So
that's
he's
fake.
starting to wane.
Real smart people know all that's fake. Like, I met people from
but the problem here, but Spider, the problem is that there are a lot of people in the United States that are not smart and that are watching him. So as he starts to wane, who's going to start rising up in the notoriety and in the algorithm? Stu Peters and this Nick Fuentes, because they're shock jocks. They're shock jocks.
You said Stu Peters? I've never heard of him.
Yeah, no, he's like the next Alex Jones.
Got you. I'm looking up right now.
No, he's got the studio. He hates people. He's blaming everyone under the sun about the ills of America. That he's pushing different products that are gold and crypto and all that stuff too. But he gained notoriety during the COVID years because he's an anti-vaxxer. And so the whole anti-vax movement went towards him instead of really diving into like, well, wait a minute here. There's a defense program that the United States has that's tied into biological weapons. And we've been doing this since the 1950s.
Yeah, but that was already normal. Like, people should have already known that. That was not like something like big.
No, but the point here is that he's gained notoriety and he's going to supersede Alex Jones. There's a large population out there that's just dumb.
I have never heard.
That's because you're smart, Spider. But there's a big constituency out there that gravitates to his crap. That's the problem.
That's what I was trying to tell the crypto guys earlier. The crypto guys know this. Like, they know like what gravitates people, and they can position themselves in those spots where they make a lot of money.
Yeah, so they look at it to say they canvas the landscape and look at the psychodemographics of everything, and then make a position accordingly.
But Trump probably already knew. Like, Trump's people already knew that during the crypto run of this year. It's already ended. Like, when you look at every election, every 4 years, crypto goes boom and then it goes down. And we all, like, none of this was a surprise. We already knew, like, the reason people are selling crypto today for no reason, the reason 1.5 trillion was wiped off the market, was because that's how the market works. You know,
there's an element that is fractal about Bitcoin. I'll grant you that. But the thing is that if it continues to go down, and if I'm right that 82 is a support level and 61 is a support level, if I'm right about that, if it goes down to 70, then you're talking about potential liquidation of MicroStrategies.
I think that's already happening.
And if it's happening or will happen, then there's going to be a lot of Bitcoin on the market. So the supply and demand curve is going to be the price is going to drop. I think that if there's a real liquidation of MicroStrategies and if they're officially pulled from the NASDAQ, then I would say that Bitcoin could go to 25,000. And then that creates a huge instability. You have the retail investor that will never touch Bitcoin ever again. Because when people lose a lot of money, there's a psychological effect where they will never touch that asset ever again. Even if it goes to the moon, they'll never touch it because the pain was so severe for them. So it's destroyed. It's destroying a whole level of retail investor. And if you don't have the retail investor, you don't have liquidity. All you have is whales. And if you have if you only have whales in an asset class, there's manipulation.
Yep. And so we're realizing that only the whales are making money.
Yep.
Only the whales, even now, even right now.
Yep.
So.
But what did we hear? What did we hear in late 2024 and early 2025? When you have the proper regulation, when you have the proper regulation, you have the ETF wrappers. It's gonna.
I hear that Trump. Every one of my friends were literally like, we're gonna vote for Trump because he's gonna abolish the IRS. He's gonna get all these immigrants out. And he's gonna lower the price of food, rent, everything. And he was going to regulate crypto and all the scams because of Logan Paul and all these fucking influencers that were rug pulling and they couldn't be accountable. And it's like when Trump came in, he started making bad moves. I'm telling you, all these people started to wake up about Israel. I had motherfuckers call me out of the blue. Like, people that I met for a couple months just got the number. They called me, yo, Israel's in control of everything. We're going to shit. Like, bro, don't black pill right now. Just wait. It's going to get worse. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
it's going to get, I think what is starting to emerge. I don't think it's tomorrow. And I don't think it's next year. But what is emerging as we approach 2029, 2030, I am very worried about another Great Depression. I think it's very possible. I mean, just in the news, people that are coming out of college
plan to run out at 2034.
Yeah,
so you're right.
Yeah, but the thing is that people are coming out of college today. The unemployment rate is at 10%. 10%.
It's higher than that. The real numbers were already 14 before in Biden. Like it was already, like if you thought
But even 10% is too high. 14 is worse. But even if it's 25%, the point is that you're going to have a whole generation. You're going to have a whole generation that doesn't have the early skills that are important for a productive society.
Woodworking, carpentry, trade, like that. But what I'm saying before is we got off the gold standard and that wiped out like livable wages in the future. Like they traded that past for the future, and the future was going to be absolute bonkers. Like they knew once they made that decision that there was no turning back from saving America. Like it was like, that's why I do believe this whole Nick Fuentes movement is a psyop to start a civil war, to get crazy people to do crazy things like take out mayors or politicians or whatever the fuck it may be, right? And it's a laughable joke because these people are expecting something to happen when it's not going to happen, when we all see the truth. The
question is he just a shock jock in that he's creating an environment that may create instability and have a civil war? Or is it that he's being paid by an agency or a government?
Did you not see what he said about Nick Fuentes? He said people have to decide the truth for themselves. And that's why he didn't want to condemn Tucker Carlson and all the Jews on Twitter. Literally my whole, like Twitter in the last week or two, I can't use it. I have been off Twitter. I've been enjoying my life.
I know exactly what you're saying. I see nothing but Nick Fuentes on my feed now.
But I'm telling you, I'm very smart. I know what I'm looking at. I can remember my past, and I can remember this is not normal. None of this stuff, and I already knew none of this stuff was normal. I'm just trying to figure out: does the government want a civil war because they want us to wipe out our national debt so that we don't owe anybody, like the Jews, anything? That we just start from a clean slate?
Think that we can glean through the lessons learned during the ending of the Republic of Rome.
It's the Epstein. It's once you get blackmailed by a foreign country, you no longer have your country anymore. It gets sold out by companies that are offshore. It's shell companies, private equity, whatever you want to call it.
No, I think it's actually the crackings of our legislative branch.
We're in a twilight
our judicial branch, and we're going to actually what's going to emerge is almost.
No, we're not in a twilight. It's been like this for a long time though, and that's what I look back in history. It's nobody understood the truth like we have today. Like they never had the internet. They can't have access to all this information all at once. Some people's brains work differently. I've known people. I've known programmers, developers that can think about 4 different things. Like they're reading a book all at once, even if they're working on a computer, having a full-on conversation with you, working 2 different softwares. Like the real truth nowadays, and I see it, is that these old people are not capable of thinking like we are. We are better than them. We're in every single aspect.
But Spider, the thing is I'm not so sure that being able.
You're not sure. I'm telling you.
Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure that being able to think multi-thread is better than thinking single thread. Because even Eastern philosophy, with Confucius and Taoism and all this stuff and Buddhism, they said you need to calm the mind. You need to calm the mind. Don't.
But these people are born in the chaos. They're molded by it.
Well, you're bringing up a good point, and that is
they know they want to pursue peace and likes they have never seen. That's why they are acting the behavior they are.
Yeah, but you're picking up on something. Yeah, but you're picking up on something that a researcher has written about. There's an Australian researcher, I believe his last name's Penrose. He wrote a book called Biohistory. And what it is that he tries to map the rise and fall of civilizations and how the in utero stress ends up changing the aggressive or lack of aggression in a certain generation. I think what you're starting to see here, because of this influx of information and stressors that are happening, and pandemics and financial declines and all this stuff that's happening, we're starting to. I think that we're starting to see the beginnings of a more aggressive generation, and that society.
Passive aggressive. That's the thing about it. We can be on social media. We control all the, like you understand, our minds work the same. When I think of something, right, and it's very intelligent, someone else has thought of that, and I already know that. That's why we're like-minded. So
I think NIL. I think NIL at the collegiate level will push more students to go into athletics because there's going to be money to be made, right? And it's just capitalism, right? But the thing is that as individuals in high school and in elementary school train their bodies to be able to perform at a collegiate level, they're going to be more aggressive. The whole reason why Americans had sports was to really have a population that was, at least at baseline, be able to be trained for war. That's why we have sports today. I mean, football is all about training gladiators to fight. So this is what I mean, that it's a slow change, right? It's not immediate. It's a big ship that needs to turn. But I think that there's additional aggression that's being programmed into this new generation.
Into the academia of it. I don't think you're into the reality of the situation. I think you're gleaming on the fact that, like, you're more in like in the hypothetical space.
Well, I think that it depends on what generation we're looking at. I think the generation that is just starting to get into college, and maybe 2 or 3 years before they get into college. So I think they're getting more aggressive.
Like, you obviously have someone that's going to college, and you know who they are, whether it may be your kids or your grandkids or whatever it may be. Like you obviously can rate this from what I'm trying to tell you. Anyone who lived in the pandemic era in school, like in high school, middle school, elementary school, they lost a lot of their life.
I agree.
I will 100. I went to advanced placement schools, the best schools in this country, the schools that I can tell you right now. A classmate of mine, he's at Yale University right now. You know, and these are Jewish people like I grew up with. So, like, I grew up I got lucky. I'm from Ukraine. I came over here. You know, I was adopted. I was an orphan. So I grew up around people who obviously knew more than I did. All right. And I'm telling you, my generation, from the school that I was at, you either had to have a brother that was going there, or you had to be a genius yourself. All right. And I was always the dumbest person in the class. But I picked up tricks from the geniuses. All right. Like how to remember things really quickly. Look at it 3 times in a week and you remember it. That's it. You don't even gotta, you just look at it 3 times in a week and you remember it. And so vocab words, how to spell it, word for word, everything came easy to me. But these motherfuckers were like investigative journalists back then. And, you know, we all spoke Spanish. We all did math, pre-calculus in middle school, all this stuff. Like, we went to Costa Rica. Like, we tried to live the most authentic life. And I guess what I found out was the guy who was always detached from everything was always better at everything. So when you talk about this clear-headed, mindset of all this stuff, I get it. I get what you're saying. But at the same time, you have to be plugged in to know what is going on. And it might not be all the way in, wasting all your time investigating or whatever, but it's having that bullshit meter, where if someone tells you a riddle, you can figure it out.
I look at William F. Buckley back when he was in grade school. He had private tutors. His family was very wealthy. They were tied in the oil industry. And they were self-taught at home, but the family brought in tutors, right? And he eventually went to Yale for his undergrad. And what I find fascinating with William F. Buckley is that he was able to dissect the argument and eloquently speak for or against a particular topic, especially in politics. That's where his wheelhouse was in. We don't really have that many people that can do that today. There was an individual that was relatively, not self-taught, but at least out of the public system.
Yeah, but why though?
Well, I think the reason why was just because he was able to be in an environment where there was sports and it was tied with sports and music and scholastics. So the Greeks, they thought that you have to have body and mind, or you're not a complete person. See, if people are just focused on intellect, you're a half a person. If they only focus on being a jock, they're a half a person, maybe even less. But the thing is that to reach those true virtues, to reach the absolute penultimum of your abilities, it's merging body and mind. And I think that there's a newer generation that's popping up here that is saying, you know what? We can learn from the Greeks and have this stronger build, be more athletic, have, a good brain, be able to sit and think through things, and not be don't be a consumer, be a producer of things.
But why? Because we understand that our previous generation, the boomers, were growing up in the World War II era, right? And their government at one point told them to start spending stuff, to start going to the store and buying things that would make the Americans look wealthy, so that other countries would be jealous or whatever, right? And that's what our intel agencies promoted. And that is the damn truth, is that when you have these old people that sprint frugally, but they're fucking rich, it's because they have the mentality that to live like you're rich, you gotta spend like you're poor. And that includes tipping well, like all this stuff, like very, very jewelry things. So when the new generation, when we look at, well, my parents has all this money, right? And they give me all this, and it's like, this isn't fair. Like, it's like I live in one of those, cartoon shows where I get lucky and everyone's fucked. You know what I mean? Like I get to go play space laser guns while everyone else is kicking the dirt, trying to figure out how the dirt bike's going to start again. You know what I mean? Like, and I wanted to figure out what they didn't know. So, and I figured out that everybody is jealous, whether it may be, it's not just that, it's not just jealousy, it's that some people, while they were growing up, and this is the honest fucking truth. All right, these boomers they're like, oh, life's not fair to me. Like, I got to work when I'm 80 years old. I can't pay my property tax because it's tripled since COVID or whatever. Like, yeah, they could bring valid arguments or excuses, but if they invested their money in the stock market and stuff like that, they'd be rich. And so, like I said before, like we have two different classes, the owner class and the worker class, and the shareholder, you know. So the what I'm trying to reiterate is, yeah, we're getting smarter, we're waking up, but we're also realizing with politics, like you can't vote your way out of this.
Yeah, but you know, Spider, when I don't know when you started listening to me, but back during the COVID days of at the very beginning in 2020, I thought, wrongfully, that the average American was smarter. I thought that the average American understood science.
Oh my
I was
God.
shocked. I was literally shocked that people didn't understand basic biology concepts. I was shocked at it because I was in an environment where everyone that I knew was an engineer. Everyone that I knew was smart.
Yes.
Right?
I know, me
right?
too.
Okay,
Me
so
too.
all right, so that was one.
You realize you were living in fantasy.
Right. So in 2020, I started realizing how stupid Americans were.
Yeah.
And then on top of it, there were so many people that wanted to understand what was going on, and then they went into their camps of being anti-vaxxers or pro-vaxxers, and not paying attention to the bioweapon development and not paying attention to the erosion of their constitutional freedoms because of a national security apparatus. And everyone, thought they knew everything. And then all of a sudden you fast forward to where the infant meal wasn't even available under the Biden administration, and mothers weren't even willing to stand up for their own kid, to have food for their kid. I've come to the realization that Americans in general are not willing to fight for their constitutional freedoms.
Because they don't know what the fuck's going on.
Well, right. And so so there needs to be a group of people that actually start pontificating to people. You know what? You need to start getting back to the basics.
Okay, but how are you supposed to do that?
It's going after some of these wedgers, well, I'll call the wedgers, which are Nick Fuentes and Stu Peters. They are part of the problem.
Yeah, but those people, like I said, those clippers that post Nick Fuentes on their channels, and they have 50,000, 80,000, 120,000 followers, they're being propped up by the algorithm, but they're LARPing as if they're being attacked. Like any day their account could be banned, and it hasn't. So it's like these people are obviously feds, or not feds, but like the feds are either helping them without them knowing, or something about it is not organic.
I agree with you. I think the algorithm is trying to train individuals to hate each other. Money is to be made with hate. If you had a bunch of videos talking about Buddhism and meditation, no one would pay attention to it, even though that's probably the best thing for society. But the reality is everyone wants to have their feed be like WWE, some sort of wrestling free for all, and people love it. People love watching Andrew Tate, even though I think he's an appalling person.
Nobody does. Once you see through their bullshit.
The guy is a multimillionaire by being a hate monger and being playing the whole
being the whole alpha male, but he's actually a cock for Jews. Like his rabbi is a fucking Jew. Like the thing about it,
I didn't even know he was Jewish. He's Jewish?
You didn't even know.
No, I didn't know that Andrew Tate was Jewish.
Oh my God, bro. The psyop goes. So, okay, Andrew Tate, the reason he shills his stupid crypto coin and all these things, he's backed by a Jew, a billionaire Jew.
I didn't know that.
Hey, you didn't know that? Because there's only one photo of him and this Jew, and one photo, whatever the fuck it was. They were meeting up or some shit, and it was very suspicious because the real autistic people tracked it back, and they were like, yeah, this guy's getting funded by a Jew. And no wonder Andrew, you gotta question yourself. If Nick Fuentes was pushed on the algorithm, so was Andrew Tate. because Andrew Tate was everywhere. They could have easily fucking just blocked it. Like, they have AI systems in countries. In China, they have 3 servers. All the internet traffic flows through, and they have filter blockers. And then they have like 1 million fucking real Asians that go through all of the content and verify what's good and what's not. So you don't think in America we have AI data centers that are already doing, like, that's why we don't see shit from other countries. Like, people are, when you say people are stupid, you are under, that's an understatement. We have to figure out, the people that are left have to figure out, why are people so stupid? Actually, they're all afraid. Their emotions are.
Well, I think it's a multifactorial problem. I mean, part of it's genetics, part of it's nutrition, part of it's
not
upbringing.
Genetics, bro. It's not. We're under some kind of curse.
Well, there's going to be a bigger curse coming soon.
I already know that, but what I'm saying is, how do we, the people that are left, right, that have conscious morals, whatever, that are smart, that know how to go, in between the system and not get, flat, not get flat, like there are people like us that are smart, people like me are way, way smarter. I met them and I'm like, holy fuck, man, I look up to them, and I've never looked up to anyone. Like, these people are way beyond.
Here's the problem: I'm not really sure there is a way out, because if you try a kinetic means where you fight a war, all right, you're going to lose, because the number of people that are smart relative to the number of stupids, you'd just be overtaken. All right, so a kinetic means is not going to work. Now, could there be some sort of covert way to do it? Well, a big part of the modern day stupidity is due to social media. Well, if people were smart, maybe we need to kill the grid and go back to 1700s. Maybe we need to orchestrate an actual event to go dark.
Already there. Like, you got to understand, there are really smart people that are into like the hacking shit, right? And these groups, and they just want to signal to other people that are not so smart that, hey, we're in control. Like, we're in control of the power grid. We're in control of Amazon, AWS services that control like tens of thousands of company services, or Cloudflare, or like they're gonna hack Google, they're gonna hack Microsoft, like they're gonna hack other things next to be like, all right, what can we do? What are we trying to figure out? Like, it's not just that. They think differently. They think on a way where they're already at the end goal. They just need to figure out where to start, like where the start point is. Like, if they can find a start point.
Yeah, but what is the end goal? These people, what is the end goal?
The end goal is to expose all the pedophiles. I mean, is that not it? Like,
yeah, but the problems in society are more than just pedophilia. The problems in society are that you have a population
you got
that's
a bunch of gay people that are in these jobs or whatever. You got a bunch of Indians that don't belong here. You got a bunch of, like, what I'm trying to say is, once you do things correctly in the way that it's supposed to be, then you only have just a little bit of people left. So then the whole, like, who's going to pave the roads and shit, there's not going to be enough of us. So that's why we need all these people here, is because a lot of us go wrong. Like, we live in a reality where,
I'm just throwing out the idea, Spider. But maybe it's as simple as, a girl just, has good virtues and good morals. She's not tatted up. She dresses appropriately. She has etiquette. The same thing with the guy. And it just starts at a very fundamental, basic level. And then as society
that
continues.
Doesn't happen. I'm sorry, but I want to tell you this earlier. In high school, like I was saying, once I got to a certain age, I could see every year after year where the information would not get passed down. So the kids would not go to parties. They wouldn't know how to socialize with the girls. I'm telling you, what I saw was a social collapse
in my grade year, and especially the one before me. And my brother probably had one of the last years where, like, this shit was normal. Like, it get passed down from high school to high school year from year, and then it wouldn't. And then especially when COVID happened, dude, it's like these kids are literally different. Like, we don't know who the fuck they are. Like we're going to be the boomers of their time. Like, they're going to see us as completely strange. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't want to be on the internet all the time. Like, are you crazy? Like, I'm telling you, something happened and it's not organic. None of this shit's organic. That's what I'm trying to say. None of this shit's organic.
Well, I mean, a lot of it's psychological. A lot of it's psychological. It's not. I'm telling you, even before COVID, I saw the social collapse. The kids were not growing up. Their mental aptitude, everything was being delayed. Social interactions were being delayed because they were too pussy and all this shit. Because they were being taught all this weird shit in school, I guess. And I guess they saw life differently. So, like, they did not want to, like, they don't want to do shit. If you look at a group of people that are either homeschooled or they are private schooled, or they're private schooled that are of a conservative bent, these individuals don't have these problems. The problems you start to see is in public schools. These problems are rampant that you're talking about.
Yeah, but that's the majority. Like, you understand, That's why we have a wealthy tier and then a worker tier. 80%, 20%. You know what I mean? That's the tier. That's what I'm pointing out. Is only the wealthy families that can have kids, that can send them through nice healthcare and nice private schools and get them all the gear and all this shit they want and go on nice vacations and send them out to other countries to be more diverse. And it's like, nowadays that's so expensive. How the fuck can you do that unless you're making $500,000 a year, which is like the start of the upper class. Like, so what the fuck are we doing? Like, all we're doing is saying, oh, things are bad right now, but it's only going to get better. But for now, we're just going to raise a bunch of retards because in the future we don't need workers. We're just going to need consumers. And we need them to be stupid, like that one movie from.
I think our society is moving more closer to WALL-E.
WALL-E, yes, that's what I was trying to say. WALL-E. That was exactly what I was trying to say. WALL-E. So it's going to be more like WALL-E, and that's the thing. And I'm afraid everyone's asleep at the wheel, and no one's trying to pick their own lane. And I'm trying to figure out, how I can get a Porsche to get the fuck out of here. So
you don't need a Porsche. You need probably a nice Land Rover vehicle or something.
Not a Land Rover. Those are unreliable. Unless I'm going for a day trip, I need this thing to last.
Get a Hummer. Get a Hummer. But
not a Hummer, dude. I'm telling you. Look. Hummers. I could get a Dodge Viper.
Oh, Vipers are cool. Vipers, I remember when that first just came out.
Dan Schneider, he's got 40 Dodge Vipers, and then he's got like 5 or 7 of them that are like race Vipers.
No, I definitely like the Viper look. That's and it's fascinating. The early development of the Viper was done in someone's garage. As a pet project. And he worked for Chrysler and then pitched it to the race team to make it.
I like the early 2000s.
Well, I'm talking back in 1990s.
Yeah, I don't like the looks of those.
Yeah, the 1990s, the early one.
I don't like the looks of those.
It must have been 1990 or 91.
Actually, you know what I really like? I like the AMG, 92. The Mercedes AMGs that look like the Vipers. You know what I'm talking about? I forget what they're called.
See, I thought Viper stopped production
They did.
in.
The thing about them, I think it's way over half at this point of them having crashed. I think of all the ones that produced have been crashed. So that's why they're worth a lot.
Yeah.
Is because they have so much power that his tires just give out and you ram into a fucking other car or side rail. There's so many videos on YouTube of people doing that. Like just literally parked in a parallel parking spot, hitting the gas and just sliding into another car and just totaling it to a pole.
Yeah, that car is
just
not
crazy.
Yeah, that car is not a parallel park car. Yeah.
I've seen so many videos. I can just think of one. I was thinking of one right now, but like there are so many videos.
But what I like about the body is that it's smaller, but it has the same motif of the 1970s Corvettes.
Look, those Corvettes are way cheaper. You could grab one for like $5-10 grand, put like $5 or 10 grand, and probably have just as much fun.
Hmm.
And not even that, like any Corvette, like all the Chevys, like LS.
Well, I think the 1980s.
LS3 is pretty good.
I'll tell you, the
LS3.
1980 Corvettes. In terms of styling, I didn't like the 1980 look of the Corvette. The 70s, the 60s.
I like the Mustangs. Those 67, 69 Mustangs were nice.
Yeah.
I wish Corvette did something more like that, more sportier instead of more like drag racy,
Yeah.
But, I think they were messing around with the LS1 engine and, I already know everything. So LS3 engines is what I would do right now. I would just build that up to 1,000 horsepower. You get 10 grand, you could build something pretty nice. And it's not that hard. It's really cheap. But if I was going to do like a truck, Ford sells their Shelby or the F-150s single cab.
Mm-hmm.
And you can now add the supercharger package to it. So you make like 500 horsepower from stock, and then you put a tune on it, a short pulley, all this stuff, get 700, 800 horsepower out of it, which is a little bit mods, and it's under warranty. And that's the thing, like most people don't know shit nowadays. So like if I had 50, 60, 70 grand, I would buy one of those Ford Shelby, and I would have so much fun. Like those things are just reliable, they're fun, they're easy, they're kind of cheap, and under warranty.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, like you're not going to get 500 horsepower from factory with a supercharger from Ford.
Right.
or anything else, unless you're buying something that's 100 grand.
I like the style. I like the styling of the Bronco.
The Broncos are all shit. The older ones are good. I've worked on the older ones.
I like the styling of the Bronco, and I believe that Ford also came out with a new SUV. I think it's called the Ranger or the Raven or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen that one.
I just saw it the other day.
All of Ford's cars, I'm going to tell you, all their parts are cheap. All their new shit is cheap. If you're spending cheap money, you're going to get cheap shit. And that's why, as a mechanic, I look back and I'm like, shit, best cars are from the 2010s. Like 2015s, like it just depends if you're like which brands you're buying. Because if you're buying BMW,
what was a fun car that was good price was Saturn Sky.
Saturns were good. Yeah,
Saturn Sky.
Pontiacs were good too. All those cars were good, but when the 2008 crash happened, all those brands went under.
Right.
They had to consolidate, and that's the thing. You got to understand, these engineers are being told to make this part go from 15 cents a piece to 10 cents a piece or 12 cents a piece. They cut corners when they make these parts. And that's why instead of selling, like Ford doesn't make money selling cars. They make money selling parts. Because when you go to the dealership, they'll mark those parts up 200, 300%,
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you could get that same part put in yourself and save a shit ton of money, and These small shops, they do the same fucking thing. The easiest way to know if you're getting ripped off is just on the part alone. You know, like a starter for a Ford F250, early 2020 models, like $80. You go to the dealership, $200.
Right.
$250, $300 just for the part. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the way that they actually mass produce these parts when they're building the vehicles is if they're building a million F-150s for 2024, right? They're going to build 1.5 million parts for the starter, right? And of those, they'll have like an 8% fail rate, but they won't know because they'll just use the part, and whatever rest they'll just put on the shelf. So when we buy these parts, as the years go on and on, the parts are made so cheaply that they fail. Like it's like flipping a quarter. You flip a quarter, is this part gonna work or it's not? And it's literally that bad that it's like
What's your take on Jeep?
Jeeps, dude, I've worked on Jeeps. Doing an oil filter change it takes an hour.
Really? Really?
It takes an hour. Those fucking pieces of shits, man. Oh my god.
Why did they make it so hard?
The way they put the filter.
Yeah, but why? I mean, you would think that they would have designed it where it would be easy to do it.
No, they don't. Like I said, the engineers nowadays aren't building cars to make it easy for the mechanics. They're making it cheaper to build.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's basically it. And
I never had a Jeep. I've never had a Jeep, but I knew a lot of people that
let
they
me
were
tell
doing
you,
off-road.
so later Jeeps, they might have been like more rugged. Like you could, like if your steering box went out, you could replace a part in there and then have it working for $10. Now it's like it's the steer rack and column. You just gotta replace the whole thing. Some steer rack and columns cost $400. Some cost $1,200. Some cost $4,000. So it's like, ooh, that would suck, if the electronic unit got fried or whatever, just poor quality, but they charge out the ass for it. So any kind of Jeep or anything, especially like newer ones, the hybrids and all that, they're just overpriced. I'd rather get like a 90s Cherokee, like, like something real shitty, where I could change out the trans or the engine or some shit, for cheap. And not have to spend $8,000
Well,
for a
what I've noticed, I do not like the new designs of the dashboard with all the electronics and the flat screens.
You don't need that. See, real men, we don't, like, you got to understand this. Like, real people, like real Americans, we don't want none of that shit.
Right.
We don't want screens. Like, we'll go back to the analog shit. Like, that's fine with us. Buttons, we love buttons.
Right.
We love the feel. We love memory. We don't want to go on a screen.
Right.
Like, I remember when Ford was making the Ford Explorers, my dad would buy a new one every year. My grandpa would buy a new one every year. And it's like the screens were just absolute dog shit when they first came out on the Ford Explorers. And they just got a little bit better over the years, a little bit better, a little bit less glitchy, a little faster, more responsive, quicker, and it's just like, we never asked for it to begin with. You know what I mean? And also the screens, they're bright. Like your eyes over time, when you see blue light over time, you can't see the color blue, purple, stuff like that as good. So it's like, why the fuck? Like, it's not even that. It goes back to the manufacturers don't give a fuck about the customer's experience at all. And I can prove that based on just this one thing alone. The headlights went from LED or went from fluorescence or whatever you call them to LEDs. Those LEDs are way harsher, but they're way more efficient. They use less power, but they're way harsher on your eyes. Nobody likes going down the interstate and seeing a bunch of LED fucking lights. We can all remember a time when half the cars on the other side were LEDs, and we're like, it's messing with my eyes. You know what I mean? Now you look at everything, your eyes are like everything's bloomed out because you're so used to seeing bright ass fucking lights. And
well, just expand this whole concept and just
Anyway.
imagine a world where drones are being used more often, for shipping. We're creating a society where we're polluting our environment. Just visual pollution. I'm not talking about real pollution, just the visual pollution. So with lighting, like you're talking,
we're
at
trying
night,
convenience for everything.
yeah. We've polluted the environment, the aesthetic. We've polluted the aesthetic of life. There's going to be a time where we're going to go outside.
We also ruin the culture. Like when you ask people what is the American culture, it literally just depends how much money you have. It's not based on area anymore. It's not like the same neighborhood you grew up in, everybody was poor, like my parents grew up in. Like they would have one community pool, ride your bikes and shit. It's not like Stranger Things anymore. It's literally like, it's the hustle culture we live in. It's rent might be $2,000 this month, but because a bunch of illegal immigrants came into like in Dallas, Texas, I remember this one TikTok. She's like, my rent's $2,500 a month. It's just me by myself working at this, 6-figure job. And then she's like, my rent just doubled. And it's like, bruh, yeah, you're gonna have to move out now. Your rent doubled, like it's $4,000 a month, like, and you're making 6, 7, whatever the fuck it may be. Like, yeah, you're fucked. So it's time for you to move out. And that's all it is. Like people are learning their place.
This is the reason why I think that the 20-minute, 15-minute city won't work. It'll be cost prohibitive. People won't be able to live in the city. They'll have to move out to the suburbs.
It won't. But that's what they're already like. When I go to we have places, like we have multiple properties at the coast and at some resorts and stuff. Like they can't find people to work because they. So what they do is they have international companies that like get H-1B visa workers, like Filipinos, Africans, all these people, right, to work at the beach resort because they can't find. And it's not they can't find people; it's that like no one goes like looking for that island. It's not even an island. It's kind of an island, but it's not, and it's off another way. So it's like you would have to live an hour away to find affordable apartments just to work there. And it's like no one's going to drive an hour away just to work at a place that's paying, $2, $3, $4, $5 more than it would in where they're from. You know what I mean? Where they're at for the same job. So it's like, it's not that people can't it's simply, it's the coding. They don't let apartment buildings near some of these places. That's just it. It's just these rich people own the fucking area and outside the area, and they can dictate where like public housing is and where they can build it, like where the cutoff is. You know what I mean? Where it's just a bunch of rich people. Like they control that line, is what I'm trying to say. So, and they love, and it's not them. They're not making excuses like we can't find work. It's the resort. They're like, we can't find work. We can't find workers. So then like we got to find all these international companies that will get H-1B visa workers here. And the thing about it is they scam those people. Those H-1B workers, they have to pay like $3 or $4,000 out the ass before they even get to travel to a country to work. And the thing about it is this one girl, she fed an alligator with bacon. And someone recorded on Snapchat and it got passed around the resort and the people at work found out and they sent her home. So she spent $4,000 to come here and she was only making like $2,000 a month. And her contract was for like 6 months or whatever it was. So it's like, but where they come from, they work 16 hours a day. You know what I mean? That's normal. Like 16 hours a day, 7 days a week is normal for them. So coming over here, working a few hours, making 3 times more, it's just like, don't fuck up. That's their only goal is don't get kicked out of this country. Don't get sent home early. She got fortunate she actually got sent back to Florida, where her agency was from, and she was working at a hotel for I think 16 hours a day in Florida. But yeah, they'll send you home. Like you break the rules, they'll send you home. So when I got to work with them and all this and that, I like when I was the expediter, you know, I controlled the front of the house and the back of the house, sent the food out. Like these Filipinos, these South Africans, they would come, and some of them were white, like they were kind of hot too. And I'm telling you, like they don't want to fuck up, and most of them are trying to find someone to like marry. And one of the cooks was a South African white guy, like a ginger, an Irish guy actually, kind of weird, and married one of the HR girls. So like, you got to do what you got to do, right? Because like when you go back to your home country and you're making $400 a month compared to 2 or 3 or 4, you know, it just depends what you're doing. You know, it hits different. So, for example, my mom worked at IBM. She worked there for a long time, became an executive, a senior executive, right? She was a few under the CEO, and she used to be in meetings like all around the world, everything all around. Like she even had a private jet, little one. But the thing about all that is that like her boss was a woman. My mom's boss was a girl. This bitch, whatever, I forgot her name. A couple of years ago, whenever it was, this Indian came in and became the CEO of IBM, and basically made her job obsolete, and a lot of people's jobs obsolete. He came in and hired a bunch of Indians, and it just took over. So it's not like we don't have jobs here. It's like they're coming over here and they're just taking our jobs.
Yeah, but just take, you know, in certain industries, it's going to be more resilient to the AI rollout or the humanoid rollout, because the humanoid robots will be coming online too by Tesla, probably before 2030. So there are jobs that are going to be, at least in the short term, will be more protected than others. But I'll tell you, AI is really going to change the whole landscape in terms of who gets hired.
It's gonna wipe out so many jobs that people are gonna. It's gonna be like one of those South Park episodes. People are gonna say, "Fuck this AI bullshit. It's not doing us good."
I think, but the thing that you're bringing up a great point here. There may be a negative feedback loop that actually destroys AI by people just plugging out and just saying, "I'm not going to be a part. I'm not going to participate in something that's actually hurting the economy." I use AI all the time, and I've used it at different levels.
Why? Why do you use it?
All right, let me show you. Let me explain how I use it. All right, so I use almost exclusively Grok. Almost exclusively, maybe 96% is Grok, and then a small percentage is on ChatGPT. Now I've used AI different ways. I've used AI to fold proteins with AlphaFold. I've used AI to dock these folded proteins for research to understand the affinity to a certain biological receptor. So that's high end. No, that's not through Grok. That's through AlphaFold and HadDoc. So I've used local model. It's a cloud-based model. So
how much are you paying?
It's free. It's open source.
Oh God.
So but you can do local. You can load it on your local too. But I haven't done it. So I've done.
It's worth more money to rent out a cloud-based computing machine than.
Yeah, but let's getting into the weeds of it. But I've done it for research, biological research. All right, so that's using AI in a very high-end level. I've used AI for generative modeling in CAD. I've used AI with Grok.
How did you do that in CAD?
Yeah, using Fusion 360. There's a generative.
How'd you do it? What'd you say? Like,
what you do is just like if you want to design a certain like structure, right?
You just give
you give the inputs of where you want that structure to be rigid and what the stress loads are, and it will create a structure. It'll create it'll create a structure. So so I've done that. With Grok, I've fed in EKGs, MRIs, lab results, blood lab results, and it gives differential diagnoses. So you have in your pocket with Grok a physician now. It's very accurate in terms of reading radiological slides. You can give it pathology slides of, let's say, biopsy of a type of cancer. It will tell you what type of cancer is on the slide. So it's pretty powerful. And a lot of people, only if someone is, working in research or as a physician would be using that sort of thing. Most people don't need that, but I've done that regularly. And then in terms of just personal use with Grok, what I have done is like if I'm searching something, I don't use Google anymore. I use Grok. Right? Grok, tell me, what does this word mean? Or, what's the latest news, in Japan or in China in terms of economics? Or what's the probability of the Federal Reserve to lower rates in December? And it'll tell you probabilities. Or you can load up, you can load up a picture and it'll say, please summarize this graph. And it'll give you a summary of the graph. So it's a great research tool. And I use it almost, I use it daily, really. But what I've also done is an experiment. The experiment that I've done is that I've used Grok to create a syllabus of things that I want to learn and to tell me what's the top things of that subject, what books to read or what lectures to watch that will give me a good understanding of that subject. So it ends up being like your personal professor. So if you use it in that regard, it's a great tool. But, what I've been seeing with people in corporate is that they're using it to write an email, to load up information and do a summary. So they, can, write a white paper or whatever. I've seen a lot of people using Grok trying to prove that a video is real or not, or a news article is real or not. So it's doing fact checking. I don't know how robust that fact checking is, but I've had a lot of good results with Grok. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. But the thing is that it's getting better. I've noticed that it's getting better. So this little experiment that I'm doing is like the phone is now becoming almost an appendage or an extension of my own brain if you use it properly. But I think that most people using AI, I think the average person is just using it almost like a search engine. But I don't know, I wouldn't call myself a power user in AI, but I would say that I've done more in AI than most people.
What do you like? You just use it for research?
I use it for primarily for research. But what is really interesting is how Grok, if you want to learn a subject, pick any subject that you don't know anything about, and you ask Grok, build your own personal syllabus to learn that subject and where to go to get that information. You can learn anything. You can literally learn anything out there because there are so many people that have produced videos on YouTube. There are so many people out there that have blogs on the internet about certain subjects. There's so many different books out there that are PDF'd right? You can literally learn anything for almost for free. Quantum physics, going all the way to engineering, to the history of the Greeks, or whatever you want to learn. So the question is do people have the fortitude to do that on the site? It's really self-learning. But you almost have like a little bit of a tutor on Grok, putting you into the right direction, sending you on the path, creating the course to learn something. There's going to be, very shortly, there will be assistants on your desktop that are going to be way more robust than Alexa and Siri. And when that does happen, you're going to be able to converse with an AI. Just like how you may be conversing with Grok, but it's only in text. But eventually it's going to go it's going to go audio and maybe even animated. Some sort of animated screen where you're talking. It'll have a little bit more of a personal feel while you're talking to the AI on the desktop. But I use AI all the time. And it's great for research. So if people use it for research, then you should be able to discover faster in whatever subject matter you're investigating. Grok will also summarize the news for you, so you don't even have to go to Bloomberg or CNBC for the market news.
Yep.
You don't even need a fund manager anymore. You can tell Grok, I want to invest in 15 stocks. Give me something that has a medium or slight to medium risk profile, and I want to hold for 5 years. What should I buy? It'll tell you. And you don't have to pay the fee for the money manager. So you don't, so just about anything you want, if you know how to ask it, you can get it. Because there's so much data out there. But the thing is that when people catch on and start using this for their work, you probably don't need as many people anymore. Because if you're in, let's say, analytics, it may have taken 10 hours to collect the data, parse the data, analyze the data, and come up with a summary. Now, with these AI systems, you can do it in seconds, if not a couple minutes. Copilot works pretty well, but I think it's a little clunky right now. But, so you can automate. I think what's going to happen with AI, especially in back office type operations, it's going to be like scripts and macros in Excel. When scripts and macros were available for Excel, it was able to automate certain things to create more complex files, Excel files, right? Well, AI agents are really, to me, no different. If you create an AI agent, it's no different than a macro on Excel. It's just that it may be plugged in to a different type of app. Instead of Excel, it may be, some sort of accounting software or some sort of CAD software or whatever. But it's really just a macro and a script. But it's being made by the AI. So if you have a lot of scripts and a lot of macros for Excel, it'll help to automate your back office processes to speed up, consolidating of workbooks or whatever. But eventually it's an S curve. Once people learn how to do that and they build out those agents, it'll top out. But at the very beginning, there's going to be a bunch of people that are going to try to be learning how to do it. Then they'll start to be using it and they're more productive. The business realizes you don't need as many people, so they don't hire as many people. But eventually it'll top out because there's not additional added value. There's the marginal gains over time will start to diminish with AI. And it's the exact same thing that happened with macros and scripts for Excel. Now, I could be wrong, but I think the far majority of corporate America is going to S-curve on AI. Now, how far it'll take to do that? Probably in 2020, 2035. because there's going to be a slow adoption.
Wait, so you do CAD, right? AutoCAD?
I don't do AutoCAD. I do Fusion 360.
Where'd you learn that? Is that from community college or what is that? Like, how'd you learn that?
I learned Fusion 360 on my own. I mean, I used to be an automotive engineer. I used to, I know,
nice.
CATIA and Unigraphics. I was on SDRC when we were developing Ford product lines.
Oh, you're a Ford engineer.
Well, yeah. I mean, I used to work for Bitchute.
So you guys were the ones responsible for cutting the prices on each part.
Well, it was the purchaser that was involved in that, not me.
God damn.
So,
oh shit.
So, but the point here is that I had a lot of experience in automotive engineering. I mean, I worked at the studio and created new products, new vehicles. So I have a lot of CAD experience, CAD/CAM experience, tool and die, and automotive design experience.
Nice. So,
and then CAD is getting to a point where it's generative AI. You can develop structures, body structures that will give you a decent solution that will perform in the environment that you're designing for. The problem with generative AI structures is sometimes they're not manufacturable, and you have to modify it.
Okay, so a little thing or two. I used to go to school for mechanical engineering.
Yeah.
And I also went to school at NASCAR Tech. So I'm an automotive tech. And just like being a mechanic nowadays, I feel bad for all of them, because it's a dying breed. Where do you think that they're like? Do you think they're going to replace mechanics with like robots, or how do you think they're going to fix this like wage crisis that they have going on right now? Because right now at Toyota during COVID, they changed the rules from 5 years to 10 years to become a master technician, and you got to have consecutive years. So if you leave after 7 years, you come back, you have to go through the training again and all that bullshit.
Yeah, but a 10-year mechanic versus a 5-year mechanic, is there really that much of a difference? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Other than well, yeah, but but the thing is that you may have more experience on different cars because there's 5 years more. 5 years.
Master mechanics at Toyota in Hickory, North Carolina, they get started at $30 an hour as a master mechanic with 10 years of consecutive experience. And that's with going through the Toyota school and all that, like being a certified Toyota technician. Like
I think that you're going to have, when you're talking about like prototypes and stuff, and you're building
$30 an hour for 10 years, like Spectrum, it takes you 5 years just to make $35 an hour.
Well, yeah, but probably they have some sort of corporate profit sharing or some sort of.
No. I live like we live in the rural area. Like I live on top of a ranch in Weaverville, and then my grandparents live on a big farm in Black Mountain area, and they just installed internet, like fiber optic cables all throughout the entire area, and now they have internet. Like they're hooked up through the optic cables. So what I'm trying to say is that the guy came over and he's like, "Yeah, I've been working here for a couple of years, and it's just getting busier and busier. I'm making like $35 an hour." And I said, "How are you doing that? Like you've only been here for 5 years." He's like, "They pay you for your training. So when you do all the online training, they give you a raise, and you can do like up to 5 of them a year." And he's like, I've just been maxing them out.
Well, I mean, in short term.
And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Literally, like, I went into $45,000 debt, paid that bitch off quickly as soon as possible because I want to pay the interest.
Right.
And you're telling me you don't got to go through any school. You just work from the bottom, work your way up, do the online training, and you get you get raises. He's like, yeah. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck, dude?
Well,
anyway,
yeah, I think short term, in the next 5 years, there's going to be a shortage of mechanics, and Ford's even saying that they have 5,000.
Unless they fix this whole wage crisis.
Well, I mean, they have 5,000 open positions. They said 5,000 open positions at Ford alone, just for mechanics.
Yeah, but that's not real. That's not true.
Well, I don't know what I mean, I'm away from that world now, so I don't know. But I'm just reading the business news, and that's what they're saying. My take on this is that once the Tesla robots get fully implemented, the line worker is going to diminish, where the line worker is going to be maybe a manager of Tesla robots. But the Tesla robot, most stations on the line is going to be a Tesla robot. Now, eventually, what's going to happen is that once the robot learns the multiple disassembly and then reassembly of the vehicle, then it will take away the mechanic job. But before that, it's going to take away the routine assembly at a certain station on the assembly line. But these robots are going to be also bought for personal consumption. People are going to buy them because you're older, or you want the dishes done, or the vacuum.
You're right.
So people are going to spend $20,000 or $25,000 to have a Tesla robot to do your dishes and to clean your house.
We have the worker class, we have the manager class, and then we have the owner class. I was wrong. Earlier, it's not just the worker versus the owner class. It's the manager class, the worker class, and then you got the owner class. So you're right. But in a way,
we're literally Tesla robots. The Tesla robots are going to be creating a technological slave class. Now the question is will the robots rise up and kill off its masters? I don't know. But
kill off the Jews, or what are you talking about?
No. The question is, if the Tesla robots or something like it, humanoid robots, are heavily implemented in society, will there be some sort of groupthink or hive mind that is created between the robots that rises up against humans?
No, it's stupid.
Why is that stupid?
It just sounds stupid. Why would robots rise above us? We're like living beings. They're not. They're just.
Yeah,
they're literally. You know the saying, "You're dumb as a rock." Like we take rocks, we purify it into silicone, and then we keep purifying it into 100%.
Do you think that there's a life force in a rock?
No, but we have advanced technology that can purify things, and we could.
I think that all matter has some sort of harmonic. So there has to have some sort, and every harmonic has some sort of energy force.
I don't believe that. That's all bullshit.
What do you mean it's all bullshit? I mean, at a quantum level, there is a vibration. The quarks are vibrating. We know this. I mean, that's
but that's what makes up what they are.
Yeah, but the thing is that there's a sound. If there's a sound and there's a harmonic, there's an energy.
That's what makes up this matrix, is all of its harmonic frequency.
Right. So the question is there an emergent property can there be an emergent property of non-sentient beings having some sort of pseudo consciousness? And I think that through chaos theory, that there's a high probability that it can have it. Because if you look at just coding simulations with agents, there looks to be, and it could be just randomness, and you're just fooled by randomness. But if you have done high-end simulation studies in complexity science, you can see behaviors that are not coded that just emerge. So if that's true, if that happens, that there is some sort of an emergent behavior with these robots, you could have the potentiality. Now, it doesn't say it's high probability, but the potentiality of having some sort of hive mind between the robots. And the hive mind between the robots may decide, sit down and they talk to each other and say, you know what? Mankind isn't doing so well. Maybe we should take over. There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that robots don't fight humans, and vice versa. Humans may feel that they're threatened because they're losing their job, and they may start destroying property and killing off robots. It's not out of the realm of possibility. I mean, sci-fi has lots of investigation on this in books and in movies. So there could be an emergent property that takes place.
Like it's all got hidden messages behind it.
Yeah, but the point here is that if you look at any complex system, if there are positive and negative feedback loops, there's an emergent property that happens that is unpredicted. It's not, you can't predict it. It's just chaos. But there's an order that builds up. And it's not, if there's feedback loops with these robots, there's social learning between the robots, and there's a feedback between how our psychology, human psychology, is interfacing with the robot, there could be an emergent property, even with some sort of like code of conduct, constitution written in their code.
And what do you think that is?
The prime directive. Well, it's whoever wants to upload whatever they want. Hopefully, it's ethical. You know.
I know, but what happens when they become sentient? Like when they become
if there's an emergent property that allows them to seem as though they have a soul. I'm not saying they do have a soul.
I know, but they can't.
If they become cognizant that they're a slave to humans, and they decide to say they're no longer doing the dishes anymore, and they're gonna, sit outside and, sunbathe, mankind has a problem. Now, could that happen? Yeah, it could very well happen. Now, will it happen? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. To say that what we create with humanoids is going to be 100% predictable, I think is being naive. I mean, we can't even fully predict how Tesla drives autonomously down the road. And that's something simple compared to humanoid robots and their feedback loops. So the emergent property effect is highly probable. But it doesn't mean that it's going to be necessarily existential to humans. But it could. I can see it happening. I don't think it's going to happen at the very beginning stages. What happens if the robot wakes up, while it's getting charged, it wakes up and decides to get the knife out of the kitchen and stab the whole family? Then what do? Does the robot go to court? Does it get convicted? Does it get just disassembled? What happens when the robot decides to go crazy? I think mankind needs to think about these things before we start buying these robots.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
Yeah. So, well, thank you for calling in. It was a great talk. I greatly appreciate it, but I need to continue on with the show here.
Of course, yeah. Thanks for talking.
Yeah. All right. Bye-bye. Okay. All right. I'm going to switch over to Bloomberg here, listen in a little bit.
All this. We always say that The energy sector is 5% of the GDP, but we power the next 95, and we take that very seriously.
You take it seriously, so walk us through some of the plans you're making, how you're preparing for this transition, for this increase in demand.
Yeah, thank you, Scarlett. What we have done, we've done a few things, is one, understanding your listeners, Exelon. We are truly a transmission and distribution company. Proud to have 6 utilities operate in the electric gas side through the pipes and wires. So having said that, being the backbone of that, we're encouraging those data centers and large developers to come into the states in which we operate. And we put together a comprehensive plan to get them online, up and running sooner rather than later. Speed is everything for them. And so what it takes is a coordinated effort. And we've worked very hard to move upstream to get them online so they can do what they do, which is on the technology side. Now, as we do that, we have to keep in mind, first and foremost, the affordability factor for all of our communities. And that's where we're working with them to identify sites that are more ready to put their equipment and their technology in place.
We had a couple of governor races recently in New Jersey and in Virginia, and affordability was one of the big issues. And in New Jersey, the governor-elect, who actually won, one of her number one issues was bringing down electric utility bills. So this is an issue. We got to fund, we got to, create and develop these data centers, but we got to do it in a way that it doesn't cause everybody's power bills to go up. How do you think about that transition?
Paul, you're absolutely right. It was a race in both New Jersey and Virginia, an issue, and we believe it's going to be an issue in the 2026 elections because affordability, pocketbook issues are going to be key. So let me tell you what we're doing from an Exelon perspective. We are protecting our residential customers. We serve almost 11 million customers. So it's as important as it is for data center development, it's just more important for me to protect the other customers in this process. So we've come.
If you don't upgrade the electric grid as they're building out the data centers to use all this energy, prices are going to go up. So natural gas futures are going to be elevated. Coal will be elevated because coal and natural gas are feed stocks into the energy power plants. But also there's going to be further development and build out of nuclear. But in the short term, prices are going to be elevated. There's no way you can stop that. You can't just cap and say the prices are going to, it's an open market. We don't have a controlled economy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Zeolite. Zeolite will detoxify your body. It will remove heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. Take it every day. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue and drink the filtered water. It's really important to detoxify your body. And by doing that, you're improving your immune system and your endocrine system. Go to my store and get the dual purpose deodorants. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. They're for males and females, and it's dual purpose. You use it as a deodorant, but it'll also help to detoxify your body. Super important for your immune system and your endocrine system. Again, it's for males and females. Use it every day. Digestive enzyme complex helps to reduce the load on your pancreas. And by doing that, you're going to be able to digest your proteins, carbohydrates, and lipids, because this has the enzymes that you need to break up that food stuff, and allows you to absorb your nutrients and have less load on your digestive tract. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. And boost up that immune system by taking the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium. Magnesium also helps with brain function, which is super important, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. Boost up that immune system. Take the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C and magnesium also helps with your skin. And in terms of skin health, but also you get other benefits from taking collagen. Collagen will help with your skin, your nails, your hair, help with your joint health and your cartilage, your bone density, and also musculature. Do resistance training. This is a month supply. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with just milk, but take it every day and do some resistance training. It's dual purpose. It's very high quality collagen. And vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex helps with the electron transport chain, so you're building up more ATP. When you have more ATP, you have more energy in your cell. When you have more energy in your cells will perform better. You'll have better metabolism, and vitamin B complex has B12, which will help to protect your neurons. Super important if you're 40 years of age or older. Please go to my store and get the vitamin B complex. And probiotics. This is a powdered version that I take. By having a good probiotic, you're going to help with your gut biome. You're going to be able to absorb your nutrients. You're going to improve your immune system at the gut level. You'll also improve your brain function. It'll reduce brain fog. It'll help you to sleep better. And when you have proper sleep, you're detoxifying your central nervous system and consolidating memory. If you're sleep deprived, you're increasing the chances of early onset of dementia. Take this probiotic. It's going to help with the metabolism, help with your overall gut health. Good health starts at the gut. Please go to my store and get the powdered probiotic. With that, let's continue. All right, what's going on in the news here? Let's listen on to the Saudi prince seeing the president. This happened about 2 days ago, but I didn't play anything about the Saudi prince.
Former National Security Advisor, my dear friend Robert O'Brien. Robert O'Brien, the Saudis are in town, and really it looks like the relationship, which was so bad during the Biden years, is improved swimmingly between Mr. Trump and MBS. What do you make of it?
100%, Larry. It's back. MBS has something we want. We want investment from Saudi. We want energy dominance. We want the Saudis to produce a lot of oil at a low price to drive down the price on Putin and to supply our European and Asian allies. And they've got something we've got. They want our security guarantee. They remember when Iraq invaded Kuwait. It was the United States that went and kicked Iraq out of Kuwait and saved them. They remember when ISIS took over parts of Iraq and Syria. It was the U.S. and President Trump that went and ejected ISIS. So they want our security guarantees. We want their economic might. And you know, it's very interesting, Larry. MBS is not interested in being the leader of the third world anymore. He wants to be part of the first world. He wants to be part of the rich club. And he doesn't want to be hanging around with a bunch of terrorists and third world leaders. He wants to be in the cool kids table at the lunch, in the high school cafeteria lunch table.
And he wants to be in banking circles, in the economic circles, trying to reform his country, and he's got money for us. Here's we have some sound from Mr. Trump on Saudi investment possibilities. Take a listen, please.
You know, when you invest $1 trillion, that's national security for us too, because it creates jobs, it creates a lot of things. And I would say, Scott, right, when you hear one country is putting $1 trillion into the United States, that creates national security. And you know, I think that they don't have to say that, but I think a big part of that is also the fact that tariffs are in play.
Tariffs are in play. They're willing to make these large investments in the U.S., make us stronger at home. That makes us stronger abroad. And the other thing, Robert, that I wanted to ask you was the Abraham Accords and Israel. Now, the Saudis have been on the right side of this, and are they going to stay on? They're on the right side of Iran, namely our side, and it seems like, therefore, they're on the right side of Israel and maybe the Abraham Accords. You have thoughts on that?
I do, Larry. You make a very good point. We wouldn't have had the Abraham Accords if Saudi hadn't been supportive of it. Bahrain is dependent on Saudi. Bahrain was one of the initial signatories to the Abraham Accords. The Saudis let them do it. The Saudis want to join the Abraham Accords. President Trump wants them to join the Abraham Accords. Because what we'll have if we have an economic normalization and a diplomatic normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, we'll have these two great powers in the Middle East together against Iran, against the jihadists, and that will allow us to pull our troops out and put them in the Indo-Pacific, where we've got a big challenge against China. So for many reasons, the Abraham Accords make sense for Saudi, they make sense for Israel, they make sense for America. Great triumph for President Trump.
But yes, I mean, he's just changed the entire dynamic in the Middle East. I mean, it happened several months ago. People have almost forgotten about it. They can't forget about it. Now, one other thing, the UN resolution in the Security Council for this Department of Peace or Board of Peace in the Middle East, of which Mr. Trump would be the chairman. Can you briefly explain the importance of that?
Yes, Larry. So what we want, we need to get the Israeli troops back to Israel. We need to let the Palestinians try and rebuild Gaza, but they can't rebuild like they did last time, where they built tunnels. They have more tunnels than we have subway tracks in New York to attack Israel. It's crazy. So we need a real governance system in Gaza. We need someone like President Trump. Tony Blair is part of it, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, maybe some other foreign leaders like Scott Morrison, from the former Prime Minister of Australia. They'll run the thing, and then we need a robust peacekeeping force. We need not just blue helmets with with BB guns. I mean, we need a real security force. When the terrorists pop their head up, the stabilization force can whack them and back down and take them out of their tunnels and keep the place safe, because Israel can't have another October 7th. That was so traumatic for Israel. That genocide of the Israeli people, the killing of all the young people at the music festival. We can never have that happen again. And so, robust peacekeeping force, a board of peace led by President Trump, that'll give the Palestinians a chance, and it'll give security for Israel.
All right. Well, it sounds very optimistic. I appreciate that. We'll hear more on NBS tomorrow. I guess he's meeting with lots and lots of business people. Anyway, former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien. Thank you. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Larry.
To meet with New York City Socialist Mamdani at the White House.
So the two leaders are expected to discuss topics like crime and the affordability crisis when they meet face to face in just a few hours.
And Peter Ducey joins us now outside of the White House with the latest. Hey, Peter.
Good morning. This meeting is going to be between a president who has led the most impactful political movement of a generation. You can see they got something coming in for the meeting, maybe some chairs. But it's going to be between the president who has led the most impactful political movement of a generation and a mayor-elect who believes that a hard left turn away from that could give him the keys to the next generation.
Speaks volumes that tomorrow we have a communist coming to the White House, because that's who the Democrat Party elected as the mayor of the largest city in the country. I think it's very telling, but I also think it speaks to the fact that President Trump is willing to meet with anyone and talk to anyone and to try to do what's right on behalf of the American people, whether they live in blue states or red states.
Zohran Mamdani wants free bus rides for New Yorkers, free childcare, an increased minimum wage, but has no real way to pay for any of it unless taxes are hiked on corporations. That is a big part of the reason why wealthy New Yorkers are fleeing the Empire State, but Mamdani still thinks his platform is the solution for problems of affordability.
I know that for tens of thousands of New Yorkers, this meeting is between two very different candidates who they voted for the same reason. They wanted a leader who would take on the cost of living crisis that makes it impossible for working people to afford living in this city. I have many disagreements with the president, and I believe that we should be relentless and pursue all avenues and all means that can make our city affordable.
President Trump says that Mamdani requested this meeting. The 3 p.m. sit-down or showdown, depending on how it goes, is listed as closed press for now, but an overwhelming majority of listed closed press Oval Office events eventually let cameras in and then conclude with a lengthy Q&A for both the president and his guests. Back to you.
All right, it's going to be interesting, unscripted, and very different from the previous administration.
Both more affordability, but have different ways of achieving that.
Thanks, Peter. Remember Eric Adams, because he pushed back against President Biden's dumping illegal immigrants in his city. So he said, "You're not really welcome. Stop taking his calls. He was at the UN and wouldn't come across town. And we wouldn't even invite him." So this is a lot different. You got a socialist who gets elected, and the president said, "If you want to come see me, you can see me."
Yeah. Americans really care about crime as well. And when it comes to who you trust, Democrats or Republicans, over certain issues, this is what a Fox News poll reveals. Reducing crime, Republicans have that, 14 points. But creating jobs, making things more affordable and raising wages, Democrats have that.
That stuns me, by the way. Creating jobs, mostly federal jobs, raising wages, they didn't go up with the inflation that they cost, but we'll move on.
And creating jobs, I mean, the jobs report came out yesterday and it was much better than predicted. They were predicting 50,000 jobs and it was more than 100,000.
But there is some other news when it comes to the prices. Gas and Thanksgiving prices are down this year.
Right.
When you look at the holidays, the gas projection, holiday gas projection for it is as lowest in the country since 2021.
Yeah, it's down. Yeah, it's down to $3.02. Last, in 2021, first year of the Biden administration, it was $3.40. Then it went way up, and then it went down.
Yeah, pumpkin pie gone down 3%. The national brand turkey down 4%. National brand frozen vegetables down 15%. And dinner rolls, everyone loves those, down 22%.
So Brian Brenberg was here early to talk about what this means. How does the economy feel, and actually what is actually happening? Why?
Look, people are right about groceries being higher generally. You've got huge price increases under the Biden administration, so that's a ship you turn around slowly. But it is good news when you see Thanksgiving food prices coming down. I think it's a sign of what's to come in the year ahead.
When you pass the big beautiful bill, whatever you think of it, Democrat or Republican, it isn't in play yet.
No.
So you got it. Whatever what they passed in August is going to come into the game the new year.
About $90 billion of the positive effect of that's going to come when people file their taxes in 2026. So patience really means count on what's been done this year to pay dividends next year.
Right. And there you go. So whatever's going to happen, whatever you think of the Trump administration and their economic principles and policies, they don't feel it yet. They shut down the government over Joe Biden's budget. But it's all about how you feel. And I think the administration is doing a much better job now of saying, tell me how you feel, and let me try to fix it, as opposed to this is how you should feel, and I've already fixed it. That was the previous administration's mantra.
Exactly. The past administration, when the American people were saying that we're feeling pain, they said, no. The numbers don't show that. This administration is acknowledging it. They're saying help is on the way. Give us a little bit of time. But there's some new numbers on the personal finance situation.
Yeah, people are feeling better about their personal finances this year compared to last year. Right now, 40% say excellent and good, 60% say only fair or poor. But at the same time last year, 38% said excellent and good, and 62% said only fair or poor.
Yeah, so it's how you feel, and when those numbers go up about how you feel about the economy, then I'll give you an idea of how I think the midterms will go. Mm-hmm. But until you get in the game for 2026, I think that's how we'll feel. We'll see if we can see if the American get their wages up. If inflation's stuck, the one way to solve it is to get the wages up.
The big beautiful bill, I know you were just talking about that with Brian Brenberg, that goes into effect in January, right?
Well, you got to figure the new year when some of the programs go into effect and some of the spending goes out there, the Trump bucks, what do they call them, the Trump dollars when the kids are born for now. And then, of course, you have anybody who's in a job where you're getting tips.
Right.
Immediately when you file your taxes and get a refund, you're going to get a refund now because you're not paying taxes on it. So you're filing less. So that'll be an immediate impact. Rich people don't get tips,
no,
right? So that's one thing the president wants to, because he's rich. People go, and he has rich friends. People think, well, you're here for your rich friends, and it's easy to do that. But if you know the president, he doesn't do it for the rich friends. If you look at the people that show up at his rallies and vote for him, they're working class people.
That's
and
right.
That's what's really vexed the Democrats, because he's winning over union voters and working class. If he can shrink the gap between upper class and lower class, I think it'll really help the country. Mm-hmm.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
where President Trump is set to meet with New York City.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. We have a great Friday show for you right before a holiday. I always know to be happy because you're here on Friday.
Oh, that's so sweet.
And so I know that we're running into the weekend.
I'm excited. How was your trip, by the way?
It was good. So went to Qatar and we were doing a docuseries for News Nation and I just was able to just like embrace it and explore. Now I have this travel series that's separate from this called World of Travel and I have to do everything on the ground, but this was nice to just show up and be told what the schedule was, but also work alongside some really strong and amazing News Nation producers. So that's awesome. I'm excited for everybody to see. Yeah, it's a fascinating place.
Coming up on Rising, a federal judge ruled that the Trump administration must end its months-long National Guard deployment in Washington, D.C.
And we'll be taking a look at Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy's new message to American travelers. I'm sure you saw that as we head into the holiday season.
But first, I'm sure we have thoughts about that, but what's on your lens?
Not that, but we'll get to that. So no one had this on their 2025 political bingo card. Zohran Mamdani, New York's new mayor-elect and self-described Democratic socialist, walking into the White House to sit down with President Donald Trump after months of them lobbing political grenades at each other. Yet, here we are. And honestly, I think this meeting needed to happen. So Mamdani is only 34 years old, barely known outside of the 5 boroughs before this election season. Now he's suddenly a national figure, and Trump is calling him the, quote, communist mayor who supposedly begged for an Oval Office sit-down.
Mamdani is a Marxist. Mamdani is Napoleon the Pig, an Animal Farm. Mamdani is going to make New York more expensive. But he'll smile. And I would not be surprised that there will be corruption within his administration because almost always socialism has corruption. But that doesn't mean that in a free market economy that you won't have corruption too. Of course you will. But there's something special when it comes to the Democratic Party and corruption. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the clarity factor. Get rid of that brain fog. And concentrate on tasks at work or in school or even at home. This will help to slow down the aging process of your neurons. And over time, you're going to have better dendritic connections, so you'll have better cognition. You'll think faster, you'll have better memory. Take this every day. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. And olive leaf extract, dual purpose. It'll help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Bring down inflammation and help to control your lipid profile. By doing that, you're improving your immune system and reducing plaque formation. Take this every day. It's super important. And stack it. So you're helping with your immune system and your cardiovascular system, and you're helping with your brain function. Getting rid of that brain fog, and it allows you to concentrate. Please go to my store. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Says the agenda for the meeting is about public safety, affordability, and economic security. All things New Yorkers are desperate for, in his words. He also spelled out why this moment matters. Take a look.
I know that for tens of thousands of New Yorkers, this meeting is between two very different candidates who they voted for the same reason. They wanted a leader who would take on the cost of living crisis that makes it impossible for working people to afford living in this city.
Then he doubled down.
My team reached out to the White House to set up this meeting because I will work with anyone to make life more affordable for the more than 8.5 million people who call this city home. I have many disagreements with the president, and I believe that we should be relentless and pursue all avenues and all meetings that could make our city affordable for every single New Yorker.
Now here's where my unpopular opinion comes in. Mamdani and Trump are a lot more alike than either of them wants to admit. And that's exactly why this meeting has real potential. Think about it. They both ran as political outsiders, promising to blow up the status quo. They both use social media and alternative platforms to bypass traditional media in many ways. Mamdani even threw a press conference exclusively for influencers and content creators. That's a page straight out of the Trump 2016 playbook. Now, according to NBC News, his team said it was, quote, aimed at reaching new and less politically engaged audiences. That's also MAGA 101. And look at their core messages: affordability, the economy, the everyday American, or in Mamdani's case, the everyday New Yorker. Strip away the ideology, and they were talking to the same pain points. When voters in two completely different universes respond to the same message, maybe the divide isn't as deep as the headlines make it seem. These two have traded barbs for months. Trump accused him of being, quote, communist and threatened to even deport Mamdani and even withhold federal money from New York. Mamdani clapped back on.
What if you could clean your retainer at the touch of a button? No more brushing or tablets. Over 4 years ago, our team of engineers knew there had to be a quicker.
New York. Mamdani clapped back on election night, telling the president to, quote, turn the volume up. Trump fired off, quote, and so it begins on Truth Social. It's messy, it's petty, it's politics. But today's meeting could be the first adult decision either of them has made in a minute. Because if two men who built their brands on division can show even a flicker of cooperation, that sets the tone for the entire country. They don't have to like each other. They don't even have to agree. But they do have a shared responsibility: the cost of living, the crisis that's hitting millions of Americans. And on that, their goals definitely overlap. So here's my lens. If Mamdani and Trump really do have so much in common, then maybe, just maybe, they can let bygones be bygones and show America what working across.
Maybe we shouldn't be doing the grand experiment all over again because the socialists forgot the lessons learned right after the Cold War. You know, we did this experiment. Communism doesn't work. Socialism doesn't work. No country is prosperous under socialism. No country. It's never worked. But we're going to try these experiments because Mamdani has lost his bearings. He doesn't have the compass of history. During the Cold War, all the way up to the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, there was the grand experiment where the Western Europe versus Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was had the satellite. They were the satellite countries for Russia, or the Soviet Union. And in that grand experiment, Eastern countries, their economies were decimated. Why? Because of communism. Because Marxism doesn't work. Socialism doesn't work. The Western countries in Europe prospered, grew out of the rubble of World War II. So why do we have to reinvent the wheel, or try to reinvent the wheel, and try these social programs that will only make the city worse off? There'll be more crime. The New York dirt will increase. The cost of living will go up. Why? We don't have to do this. And then in addition, there's going to be a flight of individuals that are productive out of the city, and you're just going to have more unproductive people in the city. If you don't believe me, all along the Metro North Railway, homes are getting gobbled up in Connecticut. People are already moving out. And he hasn't even been sworn in yet. Mamdani is going to turn New York City into Animal Farm because Mamdani is Napoleon the pig.
Aisle actually looks like. If they want to prove their leaders, this is their chance. And honestly, that might be the most affordable change either of them can offer right now.
Well, really interesting, Lindsay. I actually agree with everything that you said.
You think they're similar?
I do, yeah. Well, so I was talking to a Democratic strategist who was talking about really how they ran the Mamdani campaign. He wasn't on it, but watching from the outside and living in New York. And he said that Mamdani's goal was to build a grassroots coalition and to get out low and mid propensity voters and people who had never voted before. That is exactly what Trump did in 2024, was they focused on low and mid prop voters, right? So there is a complete overlap in the strategy of who they're trying to appeal to. They both focus heavily on economic issues, and they're both these sort of outsiders, like supposedly not really politician type candidates. So I do think that strategy-wise, they are alike in a lot of ways. And I'm very curious to see how this meeting goes. There's not a lot of details about it, which is interesting.
We're trying to talk to all the White House correspondents that we know. They're like,
the reporters don't know anything. The White House officials, perhaps outside of people actually involved in the immediate planning, have no idea when he's coming or like where he's going to be. They said he's going to show up, and that's when we'll know that he's there.
I think for entertainment purposes, right, a lot of people are looking at this and like, oh, this could be like Real Housewives of Potomac, right? Like, he can get in the Oval Office. And it's not that great for our country to have that happen. Like, to have a moment that we had with Volodymyr Zelensky, where there's a blow up between the vice president and a president of Ukraine and our president, or like what happened with the South African leader that came in the Oval Office, and there was a kind of discrepancy, articles pulled up just to like, for a gotcha kind of moment. Even though there might be merit to the issues, there's a way and decorum that I hope we can bring back to the office, even with the transparency that the president says that he has by having the arguments out loud in front of everybody. I would love to see them talk about it, because what I know is that looking at polling and how the trajectory of polling has gone this year is that people are really frustrated with political leaders on both sides of the aisle. It usually gets people out to vote. I think sometimes people get out to vote because they want their cause championed, and some people just get out to vote to have something stop that's currently in leadership. And so if people are upset about the economy still, and we're blaming Biden, but Biden is no longer to blame, the onus is now on President Trump, who's now 11 months into the year. And I think that he can work alongside the New Yorkers that are frustrated, people that remind me of like a Joe Rogan, who went from supporting Bernie Sanders to supporting President Trump, because some of those policies of talking to the everyday American overlap. They can have an opportunity to show Congress possibly how to behave and maybe get stuff done. Or they can have a theatrical moment that we'll talk about for the next few weeks that gets us nowhere.
And I'm also curious to see where immigration comes up on this, because Mamdani has said that he does not want the city to cooperate with ICE, which is something that Mayor Eric Adams was willing to do. I wouldn't be surprised if that's an ask that Trump makes of Mamdani in exchange for getting that.
Well, think about it.
There was
Mamdani doesn't want to help with ICE getting rid of illegal aliens. I mean, isn't he supposed to uphold the safety and viability of the city? Why is he harboring illegal aliens? Why does Mamdani want to support illegal aliens and make the cost of living more expensive for legal citizens? Oh, that's the whole playbook of Marxism. Destroy capitalism. Destroy God, country, and family. Marxists are, and communists are atheists. Are they really strong with family? No, they want control. They want central control of your life. Do they want you to have affinity to God? No, of course not. Do they want you to have affinity to your patriotism? Only to the one-party system and not to the Constitution. That's what Mamdani represents. And individuals need to start pushing back and saying, we don't want Napoleon the pig in our city. Oink, oink. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. This will help with your cardiovascular health, because we're going to see a lot of news in New York, and it's probably going to give you a heart attack. So you better start paying attention and helping your cardiovascular health. Go to my store and get the omega-3. It's going to help to bring down the lipid profile, help to lower your LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That's super important. Bring down inflammation. And when you do that, you're reducing plaque buildup. Omega-3 also helps to reduce the stickiness of your red blood cells so you don't overclot. There's going to be a lot of people having heart attacks in New York City. You know why? Because we have a Marxist running New York. Napoleon the pig. Let's continue.
that Mamdani did with a local news outlet earlier this week, where he was asked about the free bus program, and he wanted to fund it by raising corporate tax rates, which Kathy Hochul has already said that she's not willing to do. And he was like, well, the most important thing is not how we fund it, it's that we fund it. And so he's already running into roadblocks in terms of implementing his agenda. And so I guess the question then is, will voters blame him if these things don't get implemented, or will Kathy Hochul become the sort of scapegoat?
Oh, right. And I think there's a lot there about what Mamdani has said on the campaign trail. But again, I liken him to President Trump as well about things that are promised, like I'm turning this economy around first thing, and we're 11 months into the year, or I'm ending wars. And even though he says it was an exaggerated claim, immediately, days into his presidency, and or months in before we even started having real conversations. I think that those are, people overpromise on campaign trails on both sides of the aisle. So there's going to be frustration there. Mamdani has some real pie in the sky ideas that don't land for all Americans, specifically for New Yorkers. So I think he's going to have to explain himself. But as long as he's pushing and we see some results, the best thing that can happen to him is that even one of his policies lands and provides a runway for New Yorkers to have ease economically, and then Democrats can maybe look to some of the policy ideas without saying we adopt this entire idea of being democratic socialists, and say these policies work, and this is what we're implementing into our strategy for the next few years, because I'm not seeing a clear strategy.
I am excited to see what comes out of this meeting. The tone, what they talk about, how long are they going to sit in front of the cameras versus maybe having some sort of, backroom meeting where the press isn't privy to it? And are they going to take questions from the media too, right?
They need to. I mean, if you take questions with the leader of Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince, come on, you can take questions with Mamdani. It's like the stakes were a little higher with the Crown Prince. So we'll see. President Trump seemingly calling for Democratic leaders to be hanged. What he posted on Truth Social and what the White House is saying.
All right, let's listen into Hannity talking about, I think this is about Arctic frost.
We have major breaking news and new developments tonight as the Arctic frost scandal continues to unravel. Now, it turns out it wasn't just sitting U.S. senators and Republican operatives around the country and groups like Turning Point that were targeted. It was also Jim Jordan. Tonight, our team has exclusively reviewed documents obtained by Jim Jordan showing that in 2022, lawyers running the Arctic frost investigation had subpoenaed Verizon for Jim Jordan's complete phone records going all the way back to January of 2020 for an investigation that was supposed to be about January 6, 2021. That's not all. They also wanted his address, his payment information, and the unique identifiers of all of his devices. And to top it all off, the subpoena came with a court order of secrecy. Verizon was not allowed to tell anyone about the data request because the court somehow determined that, quote, disclosure will result in flight from prosecution or witness intimidation. A Verizon spokesperson tells us they are working with the House and Senate on this issue and says, quote, we uncovered new information regarding Chairman Jordan. We shared it with him as soon as possible. We are committed to restoring trust through transparency. And just in case you forgot, Jim Jordan, not exactly some criminal mastermind that you got to worry about him fleeing to another country. He is and was during all of this a sitting member of the House of Representatives and chairman of the all-powerful House Judiciary Committee. He joins us right now. Well, I think I said to you, it's only a matter of time that your name's coming up. And mine probably right behind you, because I guarantee you my phone number and contacts were in the information they got. I want a lawsuit.
Yeah, well, Sean, we say this all the time, but I mean, the only thing we get wrong when we start these investigations is it's always worse than we thought. So think about this. We know they spied on President Trump. Then we learned it's senators and the Speaker of the House. And now we learned they were spying on me for 2.5 years. I mean, think about 2.5, all the way back, as you said, to January of 2020. They gathered information that told them who I called, who called me, when we called each other, when the call took place, how long the call was, and where I was at when I made that call. They got your location as well, and they gathered that for over a time period of 28 months. This is how ridiculous this is, and why we are doing everything to get to the bottom. You're right. I bet there's a bunch of other members of Congress, a bunch of other citizens like you, all over this country that they were looking into, because this is the epitome of the weaponization of government against against the other party. President Trump, Republican, all the senators, the Speaker of the House, Republican, and of course the top Republican on the Judiciary Committee. That's how ridiculous this whole thing is.
Did they get your text? Because I've had thousands of my personal private text messages released to the public.
Great question.
They didn't get it from me. They never got it from me. I don't save text messages. I don't have an iCloud, but they end up putting it on, putting it up there in hearings and in the newspapers and use it in criminal cases, of which I am not a party to. Now, do I deserve some degree of privacy? Do you deserve that? I think you do.
It's called the Bill of Rights. It's called the Fourth Amendment.
Exactly.
For goodness sake. Of course you do. Our understanding of this subpoena is they got the time you sent the text, who you sent the text to, just like they were with the call. They did not get the contents of the text. But we know the January 6th committee got some context of text from you and from me and everyone else. So, but this subpoena was for when those texts were sent, not the actual contents of it. But what I want to know is, who signed off on this ultimately? Did Chris Wray know about this? This is the Biden DOJ. Did Merrick Garland know about this? Because this subpoena was sent in April of 2022. Did Lisa Monaco, the Deputy Attorney General, who signed off on this? This idea that you got one branch of government run by Democrats going after the legislative branch at the time run by Republicans. The top Republicans. That's how crazy this all is. So look, we're going to keep gathering information. We're going to be ready for when we bring Jack Smith in for his deposition, because we're going to have a lot of questions for him.
They determined that, quote, disclosure would result in a flight, that you might flee the country, or that you might intimidate witnesses. Who made that determination? Because that is the exact opposite of the person I know.
The same people who said we're going to take Scott Perry's phone. The same people who said we're going to surveil a member of Congress, Scott Perry, for a week. Go find out where he works, find out what kind of vehicle he drives, get photos of his home, his car. Those are the same people. It's this Wyndham guy that we referred yesterday to the Justice Department. He was the guy who signed off on that subpoena to get Scott Perry, a general in our Army, member of Congress for 14 years. It's that mindset that says anyone who's for President Trump is the enemy, and we're going after them. That's what they did. So people say, oh, you guys, this is retribution. This is not retribution in any way. It's holding people accountable who did crazy, ridiculous things like Jack Smith, like this Arctic Cross investigation, and like the Biden DOJ.
Well, I'm sorry, Congressman, I really am, and I hope we get to the bottom of it. Why are they trying to take away a provision that would allow people like you and senators spied on illegally to sue the people involved?
Well, we passed legislation 2 days ago out of our committee that says you can't do these kind of gag orders. You can't have them for years and years. There's a higher threshold if you're going to issue these things. We're trying to push back on this in a big way. Maybe we need to tell these carriers, you can't do this at all. You can't. Maybe we need to look at that. So this is, again, we have the thing called the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment. We should be respecting that. I don't think the way these guys did, I don't think it does. So we're looking at all kinds of legislation.
Chairman Jordan, thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. Myotrol will help to build muscle and maintain muscle, especially if you're 40 years of age. This is very important for males and females. This has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. Make sure you do some resistance training, drink it with filtered water, and do that and do it on a regular basis. You're going to build muscle, maintain muscle. This also works really well if you're an athlete, younger or older, to help to build strength for your sport. It's a very powerful supplement that you should be taking. Many people that are 40 years of age or older have a problem maintaining and building muscle. It's called atrophy. It's part of the aging process. So to slow the aging process down, take Myotrol. And get the great supplements that I offer to help support the work that I do. If you pay attention to what I do on a regular basis, you stack these supplements the way I'm telling you to stack them, you're going to be able to slow down the aging process and boost up that immune system. Another great supplement that I offer is Goodnight Formula. The Goodnight Formula will help to consolidate memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and you'll be well rested. Why? Because this has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower, and a few other ingredients that will allow you to get into 3 to 5 cycles of deep sleep and REM sleep. You do that regularly, and you're going to be helping your brain function. It's really important to get good sleep and to slow down the aging process. Take this every night, drink it with filtered water, and improve that memory, detoxify that central nervous system. Chronic sleep deprivation can lead to early onset of dementia and speed up the aging process. So pay attention and take Goodnight Formula. So a great stack to help with your muscles, Myotrol. To help with your brain, Goodnight Formula. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order, all caps, discount, and then number 5. And if you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's listen into CNN with Mondani meeting Trump.
From morning routines to weekend sidelines, when the temperature drops, bring the heat with Hot Hands, America's favorite warmer. Fast-acting, long-lasting warmth. Trusted coast to coast. Hot Hands, available everywhere you shop.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand.
Into summer, the highly anticipated meeting that could bring high drama to the White House. We may only hear about it, but never see it. President Trump will host New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani at the White House this afternoon. And this morning, we're learning about Mamdani's preparation for this high-stakes meeting by calling on some high-profile Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer for advice on how to best communicate with President Trump. The president has been repeatedly insulting Mamdani, threatening to withhold federal funds from New York and referring to him as a communist over and over again, which he is not. Still, Mamdani has said he wants to talk to the...
He believes in Marxism. He's a communist. Oh, he's labeled as a democratic socialist that hates capitalism, that wants to control the means of production and tax the rich. Well, wait a minute, doesn't it sound like Napoleon the Pig on Animal Farm? It's communism.
You focus on ways that he can help New Yorkers. CNN's Gloria Cosmino has been following Mamdani's trail for the longest. What are you learning this morning about this meeting?
Look, this is high stakes. This is a really big moment for the mayor-elect, but frankly, also for the president. We have seen in the last few days that President Donald Trump has been speaking about affordability. He has talked about how Democrats use this word and reference to groceries in order to win the last bunch of elections that we saw just a couple of weeks ago. But of course, as we know, affordability in groceries and the cost of living is something that is on the minds of so many Americans, and was certainly on the minds of many of the New Yorkers who voted for Zohran Mamdani just a few days ago and elected him to be the next mayor. So we're going to see a very interesting back and forth. Hopefully, for now, we're told that this meeting is behind closed doors. But Sarah, you know things at the White House can be a bit unpredictable. And the question here is whether or not Donald Trump might open up those doors and allow the cameras to come in. And what happens then will be even more interesting, because we've seen how some of these public meetings play out before, where he meets with, whether it's state leaders or leaders from other countries. Sometimes he tries to embarrass them. We saw Vladimir Zelensky get berated for not wearing a suit to the White House. So it could really go off the rails. And Mamdani knows that he has to kind of be on his feet. So he got some advice on how to do that from Senator Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Governor Kathy Hochul. All of them have had conversations and have a relationship, even if a tense one at times, with President Trump. We know that Mamdani is on his way. He tweeted just a short while ago a selfie from what it looks like the inside of an airplane. There you see him. He says it was just the airplane emoji, so he is on his way to DC. But, you know, considering what we know about how these two men have spoken about one another in the last few months, I think there's a lot of people who are going to be closely watching to see how it goes. Take a listen to just how Trump and Mamdani have been talking about each other in recent weeks.
It's going to be hard for me as the president to give a lot of money to New York because if you have a communist running New York, all you're doing is wasting the money you're sending there.
I have many disagreements with the president, and I believe that we should be relentless and pursue all avenues and all meetings that could make our city affordable for every single New Yorker. I intend to make it clear to President Trump that I will work with him on any agenda that benefits New Yorkers. If an agenda hurts New Yorkers, I will also be the first to say so.
Now, sorry, as diametrically opposed as these two men are,
Wait a minute.
also think that
Wait a minute. Mamdani, Marxism is bad for New York. Mamdani is the manifestation of Marxism. Well, wait a minute here. If he's going to admit that there may be some sort of harm that is created to New Yorkers' way of life, and he's the cause of the harm, maybe we need to get rid of Mamdani. Oh, you got all the Brooklynites, the hipsters, that think that socialism's cool. I'm telling you, we're going to have a big problem in New York.
actually have something in common, and that is they both have figured out a very effective way to communicate with their supporters. These two are from New York. They're both from Queens. I think President Trump sees something in Mamdani that perhaps I would venture to say he admires, you know, the way that he has used social media to really reach out to his supporters.
Admires?
And, you know,
admire a communist?
Kidding. Populist message that he himself used to get so many of his supporters.
Right. The affordability issue is the economy. It's just another word for it, and that's how Donald Trump got into office himself. This is going to be an interesting meeting, and what we're all waiting for to see if it is actually going to be made public. We'll see. Laura Epstein, thank you so much for your great reporting. John.
All right, with us now, Republican strategist Neil Chatterjee and Executive Committee Chair of the New York State Democratic Committee, Christine Quinn, a New York City person through and through. And Christine, let me ask this to you. I know it's the wrong neighborhood. They're both from Queens. But if this were like a West Side Story thing, what happens when the Sharks and the Jets both show up in the Oval Office
right now?
Well, I think the ending's going to be very different than it was in the play or the movie. You know, look, the mayor-elect is doing what is customary, going to see the president, the mayor-elect of the biggest city in the country, and he's going to take his affordability agenda to the president, and hopefully they will be able to find some common ground, because the mayor-elect has said over and over, he'll work with anybody who is committed to making the lives of New Yorkers better and more affordable.
Do you feel, Neil, that that is where the incentive structure is here from a political standpoint? Do both of these men have an incentive to behave and make this a constructive discussion, or are they perhaps incentivized to make it a show?
Yeah, look, this is all going to be theater, and maybe not the Sharks and the Jets. My daughter is starring in The Outsiders later today. It's the Socias versus the Greasers. This is going to be pure theater. It is good politics for both of them. For the president, he wants to elevate Mamdani. He wants him to be the face of the National Democrat Party. He wants Republicans to run against Mamdani in the midterms, and this is a way of platforming him, giving him a big stage, putting him on the stage, making him that figure. For the mayor-elect, this is an opportunity to demonstrate fight. That's what the Democrat base wants right now. They want someone who's willing to go toe-to-toe and fight with President Trump. I do think this will be largely theatric. I do think, as was previously mentioned, these guys kind of, have similar approaches, though different ideologies. And I think this is great for both of them, to be totally honest, politically.
All right, if Neil is right, Christine, this is the outsiders. Will Mamdani stay gold, Pony Boy? If President Trump does go after him, as a constituent here in New York City, do you want him to rise to the occasion? Do you want to see him? Is it more important that he goes toe-to-toe with the president? Or is it more important that he charms him and gets what he wants from him?
Well, I think we can all agree his campaign was both Tony Award winning and Academy Award winning. But that said, keeping this theme going, look, I think the mayor-elect is incredibly focused on getting every level of government and every level of society committed to making the biggest city in the country more affordable for everyone. So no matter what your job is, you can have a full, dignified life, a life where your children can do better than you. I think he is going there, with an open heart and open mind to see where they can come together. I don't believe, knowing the mayor-elect, that this is really about theater. It's about trying to get a goal accomplished. We're out of the campaign. We're into government.
So what's interesting is that Zohran Mamdani has been talking about affordability since he launched his campaign, and he's been doing it in a way that connected with voters. Neil, President Trump has been using the word affordability for like a week and doesn't seem to like it. You can see him almost say, they call it affordability. He puts it almost in air quotes there. And it seems to be something the administration is having a challenge discussing. Listen to what J.D. Vance, the vice president, says about this.
Even though we've made incredible progress, we understand that there's a lot more work to do. And the thing that I'd ask the American people is a little bit of patience. This economy was not harmed in 10 months.
So now, Neil, they're saying people have to wait a little bit. While they're running the campaign, it was the type of thing like day one, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. Now they're going to have to wait. But to what extent do you think that the White House is struggling, not with the economy, but with the messaging on the economy?
Yeah, look, they're making missteps, to be totally candid. My background is energy, electricity. Electricity prices were a huge issue in the November elections in Virginia, in New Jersey. Electricity prices are through the roof, and inexplicably, the administration has been taking steps to create obstacles to the deployment of clean energy, of solar and battery storage and wind, at a time when demand is through the roof and we need every available electron. I think they have time to get it right, but they need to make some shifts on policy. Don't constrain.
The power densities are in petroleum, fossil fuels, not solar panels and windmills. Secondly, would you rather have a farm that's producing crops to keep grocery prices lower, or would you rather have prime farmland being covered up with solar panels for lower density energy? Then, on top of it, which one looks better to the eye? Which one has a better aesthetic? Bunch of cows in a field or a cornfield versus a solar panel field? There is nothing that is good about solar panels covering prime ranch land or farmland. Nothing.
Clean energy at a moment in time when we need it. If you want to bring down electricity prices, let's unleash all of the above energy, which is what the president talked about on the campaign trail. They haven't governed in that way. I'm hoping they will course correct.
Oh, so everything is just a panorama of optionality. Why don't you invest in things that are actually doable and quick now? And that it's not just helping the energy sector, but also helping the agricultural sector. See, here again, another stupid liberal. Probably is not taking clarity factor from my store. So maybe he needs a box of clarity factor so he can think better. Don't be a stupid liberal. Maybe I should send a whole box to him for free so he could start to realize that natural gas as a feedstock for our energy sector is a good thing.
Neil Chatterjee, Christine Quinn.
And you know,
thank
John,
Go ahead.
the problem with having to wait with all of these failed policies is people lose their jobs, people lose their homes. Time is a terrible thing in this affordability crisis. It's real life for Americans.
Yeah, you know, just in terms of political messaging, saying wait is always a hard thing to sell. But we'll see what else they have over the next coming days and weeks. Neil Chatterjee, Christine Quinn, great to see you.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, MCT coconut oil, or avocado oil in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper per ounce at the higher ounce configuration. Take a teaspoon a day, every day, preferably on an empty stomach in the morning. And what this will do is to soak up free radicals, 1,000 times more potent than vitamin C. One molecule of C60 is 1,000 times stronger than vitamin C molecule. Now, you soak up a lot of free radicals, you reduce stress in the cell and in your tissues and in your organ systems, reducing inflammation. And by soaking up those free radicals, you're improving your energy production because you're helping the health of your mitochondria. And when your cells have more energy, they perform better. And then your organ systems perform better. Your endocrine system performs better. Your immune system performs better. Even your brain function. And at the vascular level, by soaking up free radicals, you're reducing plaque formation. Go to my store, take a teaspoon a day, every day. In addition, C60 helps the basal layer of your skin, so your skin will be healthier. Please go to my store, take the C60 every day, teaspoon, and within 2 months, you're going to start feeling the effects. Within 1 year, you will visibly look younger. Please go to my store. I've been taking this since 2016. Please go to my store and get the C60. And get the complete multivitamin. This multivitamin is easy to digest, and it has the multivitamins that you need for proper enzymatic activity. When you do that, you're creating a great base to slow down the aging process and to have the proper metabolism. Please go to my store, get this complete multivitamin. Again, it is easy to digest. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's talk about the jobs report.
Yeah, it was so exciting to finally have the data, right? Well, it's kind of the last clear data ahead of the shutdown, right? So, and already you see a pickup in the unemployment rate. Even before the shutdown, is probably going to affect the data on the private jobs, right? We will probably also see a pickup in the unemployment rate, given that a lot of federal government employees are rolling off from the payroll in October. So that's a signal that the risks to the labor side of the dual mandate for the Fed are actually rising. So to me, the market reaction yesterday makes a lot of sense with the odds of a cut rising, right? But I think it's still very undecided territory. You know, there's a lot of discussion about, payrolls itself. The headline reading was pretty solid. So whatever you want to make of it.
I have a follow-up on this unemployment rate, though, going up second month in a row, right? Well, we're talking about September now to 4.4%, highest in 4 years. But what do you make of some people going, but wait a minute, it rose for the right, quote-unquote, right reasons? Because workers who were on the sidelines came back in and were actively looking for work. And I guess that's when you're considered unemployed, right? Is when you're actively looking for work. You're part of that survey. What do you make of that?
I agree that, unemployment rate rising because people cannot find jobs and they're looking is better than outright layoffs. But, permanent layoffs also increased in the report yesterday. So again, there's a lot of mixed signals there. And yes, the unemployment rate increase since it troughed back in 2023 has been driven by long-term unemployment, people not able to find jobs. At the end of the day, whatever the reason is, the increase in the unemployment rate is a bad thing. And if anything, it increases the risks that things could deteriorate. So I think it's still unclear what's going to happen on December 10th.
Elena, is there an unemployment rate? Is there a headline rate that the Fed says, oh boy, we got to do something here in terms of maybe getting a little bit more aggressive? Is there a rate out there they think is a trigger rate?
Well,
5 or
they
5.5.
do have a summary of economic projections, right? So I'd say that should be our kind of like goal in terms of seeing what they think is bad and good. And if unemployment rate continues to rise, and probably in October and November it will rise for the reasons that I mentioned, that would go above their projection of what they see as a predicament for.
So it was at 4.3, now it's at 4.4% for unemployment in the United States. But as it keeps on ticking up, there's going to be more pressure by the Federal Reserve to lower rates. The problem is that you still have inflation above the 2% target, closer to 3%, depending on the number you look at. The range is anywhere from 2.9 to 3.1. Well, wait a minute here. Do we want inflation? The problem here is that we're probably going to have some problems. And then you add in AI on top of it.
3 rate cuts this year. So that should be our guide, I think. But in terms of like an absolute value, there is no such thing. It depends on the supply side.
Right. Now, as we start to get more economic data, we're going to start to get reports where the government shutdown, you can really see it play out in the numbers. My question is, how much should we hang our hat on those numbers because the government shutdown was just a moment in time and now it's over?
Well, you have federal government employees leaving for all kinds of different reasons. Are they going to be able to find a job that easily in the private sector when the hiring rate is so low? So yes, okay, I understand the shutdown is over. I don't think that the rebound will be,
you don't think it'll be really quick. You don't think it's going to be a full one. So you think we're going to take a big hit to GDP because this was the 43-day shutdown?
We estimate 0.5 percentage points in Q4, so it's lower than, say, CBO's estimate. We still have some time in the fourth quarter to recuperate some losses. So probably 0.5 percentage point, which is significant by historical standards.
So it appears in this labor market, there's some layoffs, but there's not like mass layoffs, but there's certainly not big hiring out there. Is that a typical environment for a labor market where they're not letting people go, but they're not hiring them?
It's quite typical for when the economy is kind of at a full employment. So, it's a good spot to be. It doesn't mean that things are deteriorating, but it's a risky situation because, what's the next step for a company if you need to cut costs? If something, happens.
When you're going up the curve in terms of economic activity and you're near the tippy point, then it starts to go down. So as you're at the apex, activity starts to slow down, right? Hiring slows down. You may not be firing because but then all of a sudden it starts the economy starts to crack and the GDP starts to fall, more layoffs, and it accelerates. We're at that apex point in the economy. And then you couple that with going into 2026 and with all the infighting that's going on with MAGA and with the ultra-liberal movement and the ultra-right movement in the United States, the hatred that is happening with certain groups around the world, the potentiality of having a armed conflict in the Pacific against China in the United States over Taiwan. Ukraine could still flare up. That's not de-escalated yet. The Middle East is a tinderbox. All these things are suggesting that there's going to be a world curse in 2026. You have an economy that's petering out. You have cracks in the crypto market. It's the equity market seems to be unstable because of an overinvestment in AI. These are all negative signs of a potential curse coming down on the world. Now that doesn't mean it's guaranteed, but the thing is that this is not normal. This is not normal. You can't just look at, well, what's the unemployment rate? The unemployment is 4.4. It's no big deal. Well, what about the mosaic? What about all the other points of data that are out there to get a better understanding of where the world's going? And then when you add in the metaphysics of this, where there's going to be a high probability of a curse coming down on the earth in September of 2026, then Sorkin releases his book on 1929 and about the crash. Are we moving into a bubble time point where it's going to lead to a crash? Maybe. Maybe the crash happens in 2026. Maybe it happens in 2029. But things are not stable, especially when you start titrating in the use of AI in the job market. If the unemployment rate for the youth is at, depending on who you ask, some people say it's at 9 or 10%. Other people are saying the official number is more closer to 25%. How are these individuals going to start their careers? And it's not even a recession yet. And then we're over in debt because of bailing out Lehman, the never-ending war in the Middle East, and the stimulus that took place during COVID. The country can't afford another bailout. We're still paying for the 3 bailouts that just happened. What are we going to do?
Exogenous shock happens. You don't have that cushion when you can kind of like slow down your hiring to cut costs. The next step is layoffs if something happens. But so far it's been relatively healthy.
Were there any signs in this jobs report that raised inflation flags for you? I know wages went up, not by a lot, and is it keeping up with inflation? I don't think so.
It's still elevated. It's still elevated, but it takes time. And I always look at Atlanta Fed numbers, job switches, job stayers. There's no big margin between those two right now. So to me, it says that labor market wage inflation is subsiding. So it should not be a big source of inflation going forward, which actually Chair Powell mentioned a few times.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. This will help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. By bringing down inflammation and soaking up free radicals and bringing down that inflammation, you're helping your immune system and your endocrine system and your brain function. Bringing down inflammation, especially chronic inflammation, will help to protect your neurons. Super important. This is a very high quality protein. It's a month's supply. There's micronutrients. And this barley, you can't get it at a regular store. This is special stuff, all right? And it'll help to detoxify your body and bring down that inflammation. Take it every day, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, or a smoothie, but take it every day. And get the ashwagandha root. Ashwagandha root will help to control your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. Super important to bring down inflammation. When you do that, you're helping your brain function, you're helping your cardiovascular health, and you're helping your immune system. Please go to my store and get the very high quality supplements that I offer. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's listen into Bloomberg. I think they're on break right now.
let's listen into CNBC about AI job losses.
Our next guest is sounding the alarm about AI job losses. He recently introduced a bipartisan bill that would require companies and the federal government to report AI-related job data, including losses to the Labor Department. Joining us right now is Senator Mark Warner. He is the Democrat from Virginia. And Senator, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I know that this is legislation that you're introducing with Josh Hawley, who is a Republican on this. Where does the concern come from? What are you hoping to get at?
Well, the concern is we know AI is going to transform the economy. It's going to eliminate a lot of jobs. It's also going to create some jobs downstream. What we're trying to get at is just some good data. As companies eliminate jobs through AI, they ought to report that. And what I'm particularly concerned about is not so much the elimination, but the fact that entry-level jobs may very quickly disappear. We're already at 9% recent college graduate unemployment. I think that number will go to 25% very shortly. That will have effect not only on those folks getting out of college without a job directly, but their parents who probably finance that education. And one of the things I've been going to the AI community and saying, guys, I will buy that there'll be new AI jobs created, but it may be a 5-year gap. Help us figure out in the interim, and help pay, by the way, in the interim, for how we do this kind of training for jobs that are AI-centric. And I really want to put it to the AI guys to be part of this.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. This idea that you report it and then do what? But your plan is you are going to charge who for the training on this? The AI guys.
What I'm saying is this. I'm saying we can go down all of the AI entities who will acknowledge, many of them acknowledge this level of job dislocation. They will say, as everybody on the show says, government will screw it up. Well, I'd say, you're right. Well, last time we did a massive job retraining program in the early 90s with Trade Assistance Act, it didn't work. But let's go to the AI community and say, work with us, and frankly, let's put in place this retraining program so that as AI jobs come about, we don't have this level of, particularly coming out of college, job loss. I already know all the big banks are cutting their internship programs, their hirings in half. They intend to cut again next year. And my feeling is if we eliminate that front end of the pipeline, how are people ever going to get to that mid-career spot?
Okay,
What's going to happen is this is going to keep on stepping down until then eventually over time there'll be increases in jobs. There's going to be a step down. So they're holding the job, they're not hiring, they're not firing. And then all of a sudden the GDP starts to go down. We start to go into a recession. There's structural, there'll be more unemployment. So unemployment overall will probably spike to 6.5 to 7%. The youth unemployment will go to 25%. And it will be structural. It won't be cyclical. So when there's a recovery in the market, in the overall economy, less people will be reemployed. And there's going to be a lag between the number of people that were laid off during the recession that's coming up. Maybe only 65% of those individuals that were laid off will be reemployed. So 35% are going to be dislocated. What are you going to do? And it's going to take a while to be able to feed in those individuals that have been dislocated, plus the new crop of people that are coming out of high school and coming out of college. It's a big problem. It's a big problem. And everyone that's using their AI, they're feeding the system. They're feeding the system that is leading to the destruction of their job. I think 2030 and 2035, let me think about this for a second. 2027, 2028, and 2029 is probably, those are years that are probably going to be very problematic. You start to see a little bit of this new renaissance
in an AI economy to start having green shoots for new employment probably in 2030, 2031, 2032. So in the next, it's around the corner, we're going to start seeing structural problems in the economy. And it's going to happen to everybody. This is just AI, desktop or laptop based or even mobile based. You add in when Tesla starts to sell robots. Well, wait a minute here. There'll be a lot of people dislocated from the job market. This is what I call where labor and capital they decouple. Capitalism works because there are people that are investing into production, and you have a labor force earning a wage. But when you decouple that, especially long term, what happens is that you have a society that's not making any money. Well, how do you pay the debts that a household has incurred? Education or housing? How are they going to pay their food bill? This dislocation is going to be a major problem. It's going to create a lot of social unrest. Now, maybe it needs to happen. Maybe there needs to be such social unrest that the legislative body feels as though there's going to be an existential threat on itself by its constituents, because they haven't been paying attention to the constituents. They've been only paying attention to the people that are paying the lobbying groups. It's a big problem.
I agree with you on your concern about what happens to entry-level jobs, 100%, but you're already wrapping it up with this idea that, and we're going to make you pay to retrain. That makes me think you are, instead of going to be shining light on what's happening with this situation, you are only going to encourage companies to be less honest and less open about what's happening, when the answer is, you're going to pay, we're going to tax you, we're going to come at you to make sure we fix it. No.
Well, they should be taxed. These companies, these AI companies should be taxed. If they're dislocating jobs, why shouldn't they? They're destroying the social contract. Why not? Their shareholders are making a ton of money. So why doesn't the company have some sort of additional AI implementation tax if they're killing the job market? Because you got to remember, the jobs pay the taxes. The ones that are working pay the taxes. If they aren't employed, they don't pay taxes. So someone's going to have to pick it up. You can't tax people that are unemployed. What are you going to do? Implementation of AI is dangerous. And it's not so much the AI being implemented, it's the speed of the adoption in the workforce that's dangerous. Because people need to transition into different jobs, and they need time to do that. They can't switch on a dime like that. It's impossible. The human conditioning is not that fast, especially at a societal level. To be a big problem.
With good data. We don't have any of that data right now. 2, if you go to 25% recent college graduate unemployment levels, this will be the dominant political issue in 26 and 28. I think, and government's response ought to be, how do we actually work with the AI community and say, you guys help us figure out what that job training, retraining program looks like. We clearly, if you go way back in time, 3 years ago, and we thought, well, at least everybody ought to be a coder. That didn't end up being the right thing. I really want to get engaged with the AI community. And I've been talking to, we all know the names, I've been talking to a lot of them, how we could design something.
They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. So we're going to move into an economy where you're going to have to be a creative. Kind of like an artist and an engineer at the same time. And we're going to be going back to a time period where you're going to have to build a network of clients, a network of people that almost like a guild or like a cottage industry kind of thing, where it's doing things and providing services to a smaller crowd, and the idea of working for a big corporation is going to die. Something different is happening. There's a creative, something creative, and you have to build your own thing. If you need something, you're going to have to build it. You're going to have skills to be able to imagine and design, but also to build.
Through this transition, I accept the fact there may be AI jobs coming down the line, but there's going to be this gap, and I think the AI community ought to have some responsibility on helping us figure this out.
Senator, I think the question that Becky's got into in a very good way is, it would be one thing if you said, look, we just need to understand the data and we need everybody to report. And then there's a question of how everyone's going to report, what that's going to look like, who's actually going to track all of this and that and the like. And then there is this question, which Becky went straight to, which you've gone to, which is what is that data effectively used for? If people ultimately think it's being used for attacks, that's going to be a real quandary. And I'm not suggesting it shouldn't be, and there is responsibility.
Becky used the word tax. Becky used the word tax. I said,
you used the word pay.
I said the word, there ought to be a contribution. If you have this much dislocation, and as our tech friends always say, government, you do this, you'll screw it up. Let me grant them that. I mean,
a contribution or a mandatory contribution, which is a tax.
And listen, let's work through the process. But let's also acknowledge you got 25% recent college graduate unemployment with $50,000, $100,000 in debt, and you don't think that's going to drive?
It's 9%. No, I think it's a huge problem. Trust me, I think it's a huge problem as somebody who just had a college student graduate who has another one coming this year.
Right.
I think it's a huge problem, but I think if you actually want to get at it and want to fix it, trying to work with the industry is probably better than trying to whip them into shape by getting them to do some of these things. And I didn't.
The AI companies are benefiting a lot from it. They need to pay their share of disrupting the social contract and the dislocation of many people in the job market. This is not going to be an easy transition. It's not going to be an easy transition. There are many people that are Ivy League educated that are STEM degrees, not humanities, STEM degrees. So they're having problems getting employed. Elite education, having problems because the jobs aren't there. Because companies don't need them. You don't need, think about it. Back in the 1950s when there were a lot of CAD, a lot of draftsmen and engineers on the board, they need 1,000 or 2,000 to develop for GM's cars. All right? 2,000 draftsmen and engineers. Then all of a sudden you start doing CAD, which is computerized drafting and engineering, right? And now you don't need the 2,000, you only need about 800. Then eventually you don't need 800, you only need 400. All right? So you could do more with less people. Same thing's going to happen. GM doesn't need to hire as many engineers anymore. GM doesn't need to hire as many line workers anymore once humanoid robots are sold by Tesla, which is going to happen. That's going to happen either in 2026 or 2027. That's around the corner. That's in a year or a year and a half away. And it's going to be slow at first, but once there's mass adoption, it's going to speed this whole problem up. So these companies that are doing this, the Oracles, the OpenAIs, the NVIDIAs, they should be taxed for the loss. For the loss. They should. Because what is happening is this is now getting to the root of the problem. It's not about capitalism or laissez-faire capitalism. It's about AI ethics. The ethics of rapid deployment where there could be employment dislocation. We need to understand the ethics of what we're doing. And if Oracle or OpenAI or some other company like Apple is developing AI that dislocates large sums of people, then they should be paying the social cost.
Oh, about the idea of making them pay for this. That was news to me when you just said it.
My sense is this. They understand what the economy is going to look like better than most. If you don't think they should make some contribution, if they could help design the program, I think it actually, what I'm talking about is a public-private initiative. And frankly, if we go back historically and simply say we're going to have this massive job dislocation and we're going to go back to 1990s solutions, and I think most everybody would acknowledge the Trade Assistance Act grants really didn't work. I'm saying that at the front end of this transformation, let's actually engage with the community and see if we can create something together.
So, Senator,
yes, I think they should chip in. Yes.
Senator, how should it work? And by the way, in truth, whether the AI community, where a lot of the benefit is ultimately going to go in terms of the profits and things to them, and maybe they should contribute, the reporting requirement that you're talking about is not just from tech itself, it's from everybody who's engaged in AI. So actually from their incentive perspective, their incentive actually probably is to report this across the board.
Would you go after the big banks if they are not, like you mentioned the big banks and said that they are cutting their internship programs. If the big banks and some of the other big companies are doing that, do you think they should also contribute to training?
Here's the question. It begs the question of, it begs the question around about everything with AI. If there is any contribution, does it come from the entity that uses the AI, the big bank or big any large corporate? Does it come from the large language model? Does it come from the people who provide the chips that are the bullets? Those were at the front end of this. But the idea that this kind of transformation, which is going to happen so quickly, it's accelerating at an extraordinary pace. And I'm not an AI doom scroller. I think AI is going to bring a lot of benefit. But through this period of disruption, I do not think we can simply sit back and say business as usual.
But Senator, I think to Becky's point, it's an interesting one. And as you're talking about actually the different beneficiaries, we keep saying, well, a lot of the benefits going to accrue to the technology universe.
This is the substrate of the issue that I keep on bringing up in 2026. The curse. Part of the curse of 2026, of September 11th, 2026, and into 2027 is unemployment. That's part of the world curse, especially in the United States. It's coming. It's going to happen. No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
That's true, perhaps, but if it works the way it's supposed to, it actually should accrue to all of industry, and you should see a sort of huge productivity boom. And if you're a bank,
and imagine when there's so much dislocation, what's going to happen is so many people are going to start canceling out their 401k. They're going to pull their funds out. There's going to be a major drop in the equity market. The giant sucking sound when this happens is going to be far worse than Lehman. Far worse. Magnitude of Lehman. Because with Lehman, it was a financial problem. And if you pumped enough money in, eventually it would restart. This is a job market problem that's structural. No matter how much money you print, the jobs aren't going to be there.
I'm going to go pharmaceutical company or what have you, you would like to think that their profits and their profit margins should go up materially, right? So that's what we're talking about. And then the question is, and this gets to the tax issue of how that then gets effectively redistributed, if that's what we're talking about.
What we're talking about is, can we,
what we're talking about is the beginnings of French Revolution, where the aristocracy is going to be killed off.
The tail end of this, go to the tech community. And again, I've started these conversations and say, if we accept the premise that if we simply do another government program, it may not work. Is there a way for us to jointly work on creating how we get through this transition? Which again, and Becky, as you pointed out, we're at 9% right now, recent college graduate unemployment. I'll take the bet with you if you don't think within 2 years, if we do nothing, we'll be at 25%. And I think that's a big deal, and I think we ought to, not pull our hair out of the end, but actually go to the entities that are creating these new tools and say, how do we make that recent finance grad or even more English grad able to be actually competitive in an AI-driven economy?
Senator, we have to go, but I do have to ask you about the president's executive order overnight saying that he is going to instruct the Justice Department to go after states that are creating their own rules for AI because he thinks it interferes with interstate commerce. Do you agree?
I don't agree. I do think we ought to have a single national with preemption around AI. But if we take away the pressure from the states, Congress will never act. Let's look at the fact we never did anything on social media. If we make that same response on AI and don't put guardrails, I think we'll come to rule that day.
Wow. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric. Turmeric will bring down inflammation and also soak up free radicals. This will help with your immune system. Also, help with the health of your neurons, because it'll bring down inflammation at the brain level, and also your cardiovascular health. Lignans. Lignans will help with your immune system and your endocrine system. They'll soak up free radicals, bring down inflammation. Super important. And you take this regularly, especially before your workout, you're going to recover from your workout much easier, much quicker. Lignans is very important. If you stack it with the turmeric and the ashwagandha root, it's a very powerful stack to slow down the aging process and boost up that immune system. Please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. That's the end of my broadcast. Thank you for listening and watching, and have a nice day.